as the content of the program dictates. It's going to be a dialogue. So please feel free. Your opinions here are welcome. As we were doing the marketing and reaching out, individuals were worried that, if you put Gen Zs in one room, things could turn aggressive. That's aggressive kitu gani. Just open up. Tuongee itutoke. So it's going to be a very good interaction. I just wanted to really appreciate the mix of the crowd. Next person.
Good morning. My name is James Karau from Machakos University. I came with several students. Maybe they can stand up. 6 of them, Gen Zs, ready to dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, my name is Job Mukaria from the Kenya Bureau of Standards. For us, we say standards for a quality life. We are the regulators of standards for production, standards for education. So ours is to see that whatever that you're doing, whatever products you're taking out there, they are of the best quality. I'm here with my colleagues. Probably they can stand and wave.
Hello.
We are happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good
Okay.
morning. My name
morning.
is Sylvester Nzomo. I come from the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. We maintain security internally and externally. We also manage the national registration services, and we also coordinate the national government functions. I don't know whether my colleagues are around. Ministry of Interior. Thank you. They are on the way coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Josiah Olango from the State Department for Public Works. What we do, where you are seated, this is our work. We are in charge of design and construction of public buildings. So we were 12 of us. I know a good number of us have arrived. Maybe I want to request them to kindly stand up and wave. Those of us from Public Works. Yes. So one thing which I find very strange nowadays is we are being underutilized. We are the consultant for the government, but we find that several MDAs are still procuring private consultants, which is making the government to lose money, and we are here. So I wanted to bring that out for those who care to listen. We need to utilize State Department for Public Works to avoid wastage.
Noted. The guys at the back.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Mark Faraji from Bandari Maritime Academy. We're based in Mombasa, and we train maritime personnel. That's what we major on, but we are in partnership with Blue Economy, among other things with the State Department. We're happy to be here. And, feel free to introduce some of your sons, daughters. Shipping has a lot of money, and we are training people to exploit and take advantage of the opportunities out there. So feel free to introduce them to this new venture that Kenya is trying to tap into. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please clap for him. Feel free to venture into the shipping industries.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Fred Karaoke. I'm a state counsel from the Office of the Attorney General. The Attorney General is the principal government legal advisor. We normally represent the government in court, in civil proceedings. The Attorney General also registers marriages, societies. We also draft bills for Parliament and regulations. And we are with my colleague here. Maybe she can introduce herself.
My name is Mariam Chiringa from the Office of the Attorney General. I'm also a state counsel. We were 6 of us. I think the rest are on their way, but we'll just proceed.
Okay, I think the rest are not here. They are on their way. Maybe they can introduce themselves.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Ajoy Kagwedi Ochieng. I'm from the State Department of ASOS and Regional Development. And I would like to ask my colleagues to stand, and maybe if they wish to introduce themselves, that's okay. We are all of us. We work on the arid and semi-arid lands, which constitute 80% of Kenya. We're in charge of the programs in those areas for making development, for development purposes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis Kamau from ASALS and Regional Development.
Good morning. Victor Kobia from ASALS and Regional Development.
Morning. Mr. Paul Boro, ASALS and ALDE.
Morning all. Maina Nelly from the ASALS and Regional Development. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Esther Njiru. I work with the Teacher Service Commission, which is basically mandated to register and employ trained teachers. I am here with my colleague and others who are on the way.
Good morning. I'm Ignatius Nyamu. I work for the Teacher Service Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jacqueline Mwangi, and I work with the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. And our mission is a fight against the gender-based violence, and we take care of both genders. So I did not come alone. I have my colleagues with me. Maybe they can stand up and wave. The others will be joining later, and we are happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Tracy. I am from the National Youth Council, and our core mandate as National Youth Council is to amplify youth voices. I am here with a few of my colleagues. I don't know if they can raise their hands from where they are. Yes, in our organization, we are mostly made up of young people, so don't be afraid to talk to us and come to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
Yes, so my name is Judith Sembe from the State Department of Forestry, and our mandate is forest conservation and management. And more so, we are coordinating the 15 billion tree growing program, and I think which we all know about and we are supporting, and we really thank you all for that in your MDAs. And we came, the two of us, so I'll invite my colleague to introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Matthew Manyonge from the State Department for Forestry.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Tarus Sharon from KENAS, that is Kenya Accreditation Service. Our principal mandate is to accredit and offer oversight to organizations, both private and public on matters conformity assessment. I came here with my colleagues. I don't know whether they are already in their room. If not, they'll be joining me, 5 of them. We ensure that the labs that you go out to seek the services are able to align themselves to the ISO standards. I'm glad to be here and to interact with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is CHRP Franklin Itenya from Bomas of Kenya, and our core mandate is to promote and preserve the rich and diverse cultural diversity of Kenya's communities. With me, I have a team. Maybe they can wave at you. Yes, we look forward to a fruitful and meaningful engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. The next person should...
Good morning, everyone.
Hello? Oh, sorry, okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ebi Nanyama from School Equipment Production Unit. We produce and manufacture, we design, produce and manufacture and supply school equipments. I came with my colleagues, they'll stand and wave. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This CHRP Ali Godana. I'm from Retirement Benefit Authority with my colleague Purity Cheriot. The mandate of the authority is to regulate and supervise retirement benefit schemes. We promote, protect members and sponsors' welfare, and also promote national retirement policy. Like we advise on policy making with regards retirement industry. And our vision is for dignity in retirement. So we look forward to fruitful engagement after these 3 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rosalind Chelangat. We are inspectors of mines. I came here with a colleague, Job Onyanja. We regulate mining activities and anything related to mining and quarrying. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Charity, maybe I can mention something about ICS. Yes, so ICS is the nerve of governance in Kenya. We are the professional body for governance experts, the CSS. ICS is established under an Act of Parliament, 534. And I will encourage all of you, especially if you are a university student and you are interested to be a governance expert, please reach out to us before the end of this conference. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Edward Njagi, CPA, from the Pensions Department. We make sure that all civil servant retirees get their dues once they retire. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome. I see the introductions have come to a halt. Anyone feeling like their institution requires publicity kidogo?
Good morning. I'm also an inspector from State Department for Mining, but I'm aware at the State Department we are several. There are other from HR, drilling, maybe other colleagues from State Department for Mining can stand. I saw some in the morning. Oh, that's the State Department for Mining. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now that we have gotten to know each other a bit, I think it's good at this juncture if I ask, does everyone have a copy of the program? I can broadcast again the link. You can be able to scan that QR code so that you can be able to download or rather view the program. It's a shared document for the sake of the 3 days, so you can know what is happening. Okay? Of course, the theme of the conference is future-proofing public service, that is harnessing experience and innovation for public service sustainability. That's why you'll see a mixed crowd. Day one's motif is legacy and leadership, building bridges across generations. It's good to note at this point that we are having a mixed crowd for a reason. During one of ICSK's functions, which was strangely on succession, I raised my hand and I asked, it was a bunch of board members and CEOs, and I asked whether they think Gen Zs are, negligent and a bit aggressive. And most of them responded with yes, but I doubt whether that is the picture really, conclusively. So we are here to also defend ourselves and say, we are this way, we would like these things. And then you also guide, of course, as senior officers and say, we are also senior officers, we innovate, but we innovate differently. So we want to bring two groups with a level of modesty so that we can meet at one ambition. There are those individuals who are coming from private institutions. We welcome you. Those ones who have come in their private capacity, please take this opportunity to interact with an institution of your interest. Please connect. Please go around greeting each other so that you can be able to see how public service performs. Another one is we are reminded of professional courtesy. For the sake of conversations, of course, we don't expect them to go left. So, as you're expressing your opinion, perhaps just filter yourself necessarily for professional courtesy. Thank you and welcome. You're expecting another batch of people who will be coming throughout the day. I'm being advised again about our interactions. I know you've seen the title of the conference, The Public Service We Want. The thematic areas are nurturing youth leaders in public service. We have AI and digital governance, which is going to be a huge thing in day 2. And we have sustainable minds, investing in the humanity of public service delivery. For the sake of our interactions, if you could write 2 expectations of what it is, in just a piece of paper, you can just tear from your notes and say, for the sake of this conference, I expect to learn this, or I expect to see this, or I expect to interact with this specific topic. Please write it down. And we are just going to have your next door neighbor announce what was on your mind as you express yourself. So if you can do that activity with us, just jot down your 2 expectations from this conference, and then we can see what is of interest to the group.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Mwoki. Please call me Tony. I want you to remember me without struggle. Tony works with Oreos for National Police Service Commission. I am the program's lead for Public Service Youth Executive Committee, and I am here so that we start our day as we continue with registration and waiting a little bit for our peers wenye mnasema bado hawajafika. So we are looking at the expectations. Before you came here, colleagues, there must have been an expectation that you had in mind across the board. As a youth, as a senior public servant who is fully experienced. And we are inviting you with lots of zeal and enthusiasm in this 3-day program. So without much ado, we can move the mic from one side to another as we share our expectation. Someone is collating them, and we're going to have them shared with all of us. Thank you so much, and feel part of this big team that is making these 3 days positively impactful. Thank you so much. Tuanze wapi? Mike iko side gani? Thank you so much. I knew you would start us off. Anthony is a clinical psychologist working for NPSC. Just in case, mental health is my business. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Good morning, sorry.
It's okay.
Kumbe mko awake. Okay, sorry, my name is Tim. It's a good evening. My full name is Tim Luke Odhiambo. I'm a student at the University of Nairobi. Thank you.
Clap for him. Some 3, some 2 more, and then I share you a paradigm shift on the same. I share with you a paradigm shift on the same. This side? Thank you. I knew it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Juma Mark, a student at Machakos University. Someone said the best university. We are the best university in Kenya. Talking of my expectations today, we are talking of the public service. Public service literally means a lot to me. So what I expect today, I expect on how to end corruption, because corruption has become a disease in our country. And the other thing is about unemployment rate in Kenya. That is what I expect during the session. How shall we go about it? Thank you.
Thank you. I like how all our institutions are the best. I like that. Thank you, sir. Someone else before we change the paradigm. Yes, we have Madam there. Thank you. Oh, all right. Then you, of course.
Good morning. My name is Grace Cecilia Akinyi. I'm a third-year student at Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology in Kakamega. We are also among the best. We're actually at the top of the best list. Okay, my expectation today, being part of this forum, is to explore this public service area, to get to know what exactly the public service area entails. And also the course that I'm doing is one broad course. So I would love to also see where I can tap myself in the near future when it comes to career and profession. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like the fact that she is here.
Generation to another while maintaining legacy, and also to get to know various mentorship programs that are available for young professionals from various public institutions to ensure a consistency in leadership and legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Clap generously. At least that is a gift you can give to your friend without straining. Thank you so much. Next, ladies. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good morning once again.
Good morning.
Mine is to learn from most of us who I'm seeing as students. I want to know how we are going to bridge the gap, how we are going to coexist at the workplace. I don't expect an invitation for an interview. You send me a yes, ma'am. I confirm my attendance. How do we get over that? Wow. Students, we can do better.
Thank you, clap for her. You know, there is aspect of you getting a job and maintaining it and having professionalism and interpersonal interactions at workplace. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Mako Abdul Ibrahim. I have just arrived, and I have seen a couple of people who have spoken before me. Most are students. As for me, I graduated 5 years ago from JKUAT. I studied Bachelor of Science in Statistics and Pure Mathematics. And in those 5 years, I managed to work just as an intern one time. Public Service Internship Program, Cohort 5. So here, I would like to understand why public service has not been able to absorb young people, because we have very many of us out here, and I have tried to do some research to read. It's not that there are no funds. Every year, there are allocations in the budget. And according to the General Report, most of these programs, they have been flagged for mismanagement of funds. We've been left out here to suffer. So, and I want my question to be answered, because I have gone to many forums. There are many forums that happen every time, every day. There's always a forum happening where people are talking. So today, I would like our questions to be answered. Please don't just beat about the bush, and then there are going to be photos that we had this session. So we really need real answers. We want to be involved. Unemployment rate is very high, and there are funds allocated for this. Constitution also provides that there should be affirmative action to empower youth. If we don't get jobs, we go to school and we are left out here just to suffer, then what's the purpose? And these ones, these students who are still studying, you see, they are very positive about their school. But in a few years, if this continues, they will come here and cry. We want to change this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam, I empathize. And the right people will be seated here, and they are supposed to respond to us. Right? I hear your pain. I took 8 years, and others here have taken more. And even 1 year is more than enough. Isn't that so? Yeah, true. That conversation is a dialogue. No one is coming here to lectures. No one is here to inspire us. We are here to reason together. It's a generational conversation. We have to explicitly express these pain gaps. And we have organized this intergenerational conversation out of interaction with at two levels. At first, we were invited here. Generally, we were just nominated from different public institutions. And then after that, we interacted and we got concerns. Then we have been asking ourselves, how best can we address those gaps? So that is why we are here. I hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Okay, before I continue, just turn to one person and tell that person that you are amazing.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. I'm Madam Principal from Machakos University, a university of choice and not option. So today I'm here just to share ideas with my fellow friends and those leaders whom I shall meet with. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. I like how my home county university is being advertised here. I'm from County 016. Thank you. The county of choice, the university of choice. Next. Thank you, Madam Principal. Sir?
Morning again.
Good morning.
Yes. The lady who has just spoken before us. I think, Anthony, now you see that if we switch, kuna ile that zeal that zeal itatoka. Ameitoa kwa roho hiyo. From what I can see, yeah?
Thank you. We would
so
switch.
if we switch, that one might not come out.
We would switch. I hear you. You could only say that better than anyone else. I hear
Exactly.
you.
So now for me, my question would be, digital governance, AI. We are talking about a lot of innovation and incorporating a lot of technology in public service and other forums. Now, is public service prepared to be transparent with the information that they receive? Because you know, when it's digital, kila kitu is captured. So are we prepared for that transition? Kukua open to show us everything, all the books, so that we can understand why 5 years has passed. Nimekuwa nikirukwa, siekwi kwa employment, things like that. And just transparency in general.
Wow, thank you so much. Are we really ready for this innovation? Are we ready to apply the principles of governance, including integrity and transparency? I hear you. And I like the way you are putting it in a rhetorical manner. Are we really ready to implement what we are saying? Implementation. Thank you, sir. And I would wish now to hear from our senior experienced colleagues. Oh yes, we have one senior here. Thank you so much. It's okay. Sir? Okay, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please respond to these greetings. You would faint.
My name is Purity. I'm a Foreign Service Officer, State Department for Diaspora Affairs. And also mental health. It's very important and it's rampant, and we want to know what is the public service doing to help us in terms of well-being and just help us.
Wow. Thank you so much. Of many things that you've said, mental health is like my nerve center. I hear you. 1 in every 4 individuals is likely to experience a mental health disorder at any given stage in life. 1, 2, 3, 4, one of you at any stage. That's how serious it is. Some experiencing it here and now. Sir?
Hello, guys. Okay. I'm one of the senior government officials as of now, if I look at those who are here. And I'm also interested to know, how do we link AI and digital governance in the prevailing governance structures, and whether it will lead to governance structure changes and retrenchments? Wow. How will it absorb this young generation? Because a job which could be done by 5 people, it's now being done by only 1 person through ChatGPT. Then number 2, as a content regulator, I wanted to know, how do we now deploy AI in content monitoring and examination to give ratings? Then number 3, as I said, the position of youth in governance in the work of AI and the future of governance structures, and at the moment, and when we deploy AI in governance. Thank you.
Wait, clap for him in a special way. Hearing an experienced, seasoned public servant talking about AI and technology in every sentence, I feel your institution chose one of the best. Thank you so much. And I like how you want, or else you want answers on how we are going to integrate. But also I'm getting a concern that with this AI, are people going to go home? Yet we want them absorbed. The future is in AI and mental health.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Evelyn Mureithi, and as my colleague has said, I recently graduated with a master's in IR at CSIU. And my first question will be, okay, or rather my expectation, I'm really hoping that this dialogue will give us practical clarity on how young people can actually grow into leadership roles within the public service. And also, let it not just be in theory, but in real pathways that we can follow in future. And because one thing I know as young leaders, if given an opportunity to talk, we can talk very well. But now those pathways are not there. And if they are there, we are not given that chance. So, and my second expectation was about AI, and our senior officer here has said something about AI. So I hope we are going to learn, and the officials that are going to be in front there are going to listen to what we are expecting today. Thank you.
Clap for her. Anytime someone says, I'm doing the second degree, the third one, please clap. It means something for them. So thank you so much that you're talking about not theory, but practical strategies, frameworks, models, through which we can implement our proposals in this conversation. I hear you, madam. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Professor Kennedy Ocharo from the University of Embu. I come here as an older person because when I'm checking around, I think I'm slightly older than a number of you here. And of course, to have reached that level, it means you could have worked at a longer period. I've worked through various ministries, from the Teacher Service Commission to the teaching in the university. So what are my expectations today? I'm looking at, by the time we interact, because it's a more a discussion among ourselves, is to understand, because I've seen nearly all departments of the public service or the government are here. Have we put up mechanisms in which we are going to transfer the knowledge that we have, like us, to the younger generation, like my younger colleague here? Have we put up mentorship programs within our departments to ensure that we have mentoring our youth to be able to take over from us? That's what we want to hear. Number two, when computers came, there was a cry that a number of us are going to lose jobs. Of course, tellers in banks lost jobs. But in the process, more jobs were created. You can be sure that in the service sector, in the ICT, more jobs were created. The AI is here. There are people who fear that the AI is going to make people lose jobs. But I'm telling you, AI is creating more jobs. So the idea is we transform. Some of us could not type. But let me tell you, even your mom today, whether she's 90, she's able to call you using the phone. Which means, even at our age, we'll make use of AI. But the best thing we'll ask ourselves as the youth, are we going to use AI to solve our problems? I think we need to put some human thinking into the AI. So the idea is, AI is here with us. We have to accept it. And the best way is how to use it ethically. And it's part of us. So I want to assume by the end of this discussion, I wasn't there in the first discussion, that at least a lot will come out of here. I have Genesis in my house, who are my sons and daughters. And when I will interact the rest of here, I could learn one trick or so on how to handle my sons and daughters in the house. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Clap for Prof. Just as an assurance or reassurance, Prof, part of our conversation touches on succession planning. And I feel you also helping us see with optimism that while we're talking about digital revolution, industrialization, growth in technological world, you also reassuring us that if we constantly up our skills to match the demands in our workplace, we are going to stay. And for every seasoned public servant here, I acknowledge that you were youth at some point. Every quote unquote old person has been a youth. So you want to tap your youthful days, and you want institutional memories as you have shared from one ministry to another passed to us. And I'm sure by the time you are done, you will actually know how to handle Gen Zs better. Thank you.
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
Now, my expectation, the first big expectation is how to deal with who do you know in Kenya for you to get a job. You see, our Gen Zs are crying. They have taken like 10 years outside here after graduation, and it is because they don't know anybody. So are you people going to tell us exactly what you're supposed to, who you are supposed to know for you to get job? Another thing, is technology bringing generations together or separating them? Are we brought together with this technology, or are we separated? Because you see, the other time I can refer to 2024, June 25th, the protest for the Gen Zs, it was technology. But now, did it bring us together or did it separate us more? Another thing, I expect to learn more about inclusivity in our departments. Do we include these young people whenever we want to do something in our department, or when there's an issue? Do we include them so that we discuss together, we reason together in a table, in a round table, or we sit aside as elders and we avoid them? Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. I like how you're bringing it. I have a question to all of us. For those who have a job, whom did you know? We may start getting answers right now. Please tell us. Whom did you know? Because that question alone is even discouraging learners. Cindy, and we know why she is asking like that. If you saw an advert, you'd wish to know one or two people. And we want to ask ourselves, can we still get opportunities without feeling like we must genuinely know someone? And sometimes it's not whom you know, it's how much you have. An amount that is equivalent to all the fees you paid since you joined school. We must have those conversations here and now. Thank you so much. Did the technology come to separate us or bring us together? We are going to know. And just for context, these discussions emanated from the Jay-Z protest. And just to remind us, the major concern was government accountability. So the ends of different state corporations sat down and they needed to have conversations on how better we can communicate with them, because even in public service we have youth. And my colleagues, we are the ones furnishing them with information. Sivyo? Indirectly, unamwambia we shuka niko KICC, no, a building, a funny building. Now waona wameenda inside, we are the one directing them. And we are sharing information digitally, our frustrations at work, and they are able to pick it from website and talk on our behalf. So we are an outcome of that conversation. Thank you so much. Next, please. We are doing good. Thank you, sir. I am actually going to give you this.
Thank you. My name is Mr. Wangila Simiu, Senior Civil Servant, Kenya Utalii College. Mkitaka chakula mzuri, mnaona mwili yangu. I just want to bring to your attention that as we progress before Friday, having worked in the civil servants for almost 26, 27 years, right now, there's a lot of technology that has come in. Our young generation, which I also have in the house, there's a lot of challenges. How are we preparing? Because ourselves, we were prepared culturally, Na maisha wakati huo ilikuwa inakushtua yenyewe. Unafika hivi, you figure it out yourself. But with the generation now, with the developed world, the youth are facing a very big problem once they land into employment. One, kuna mambo ya job group. Mtu anaanzia maybe job group 12, that is according to the grade of the organization. Salary, ndio hiyo ndogo. Expectation of the society, ndio hiyo ndogo. Ama kubwa. Your in-laws want something. Yourself, you want something. The immediate wife that you are marrying, the clash comes in, and by the way, it's a big issue. How are we preparing these guys in terms of mental awareness, cultural awareness, technological awareness, and then expectations? Your pay slip, how do you juggle? Because, for example, some of us have got kids in campus. Na hii story ya HELB imeingia. Suddenly, kuna hii capitation in schools. Look at what the youth are now undergoing. And then at work, there is no forum of expressing yourself. Don't you think kuna mahali kutachemka? And that is why, after this, how are we preparing our young guys? Pension yako inaadiwa kidogo, NSSF yako inaadiwa kidogo. With those meager resources, how do you juggle to survive in the Kenya of today? Thank you.
Clap for him. He is bringing a very interesting perspective that besides us getting the minimal opportunities that we have in, how cognitively, how psychologically, how mentally are we prepared by the systems we are working in to align appropriately? Let me mention something, that most of my clients, their issues emanate from financial literacy. And when you engage with a lot of respect, financial institutions, they're talking to you, but they want you to have a product out of their policies. So we will learn through our interactions. And anytime you see someone here doing a presentation or talking to us, let's ask those questions. And last but not least, we will do individualized report to your employer. The things we say as raw as they are, please write them that way. They are meant to make peace with your employer. Venye tulisema kwa meeting, iseme tu hivyo. We are going to do a generalized one, but customize our conversation to fit your institution. Si wewe ulisema. It is the forum that they sent you. Sindio? Thank you so much. Madam and then sir.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
My name is Chepkoech Ashley. I'm the student president of Machakos University, and I'm really glad to be here, mostly to network, especially from the delegation from the TSC Commission, because one thing I lack in this life is patience. So I want them to prepare me on what awaits me. Kama nikitoa kitu kidogo, kama kuna mtu nafaa kujua, nijue mapema. Asante.
Yes, good morning all.
Good morning.
My name is Maria. I'm from the Institute of Human Resource Management. And I would like to learn today about succession planning more. Most of the time when we talk about succession planning, we talk about the young people, which is good, but we also forget those people who are about to exit from service. So I would like to learn the aspect of preparing people to exit from service, to leave room for the young. How are we preparing those who have worked and are about to retire? And also just the young, because we are not going to work to be in the civil service forever. So how are we also preparing the young on retirement? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Why are people still working beyond 60 and they are not gifted differently? Time yako ikifika 60 na uko sawa, si uende home. Ni nini unataka kufanya in the next 1 year? And you hujafanya for 60 years. Succession plan. That was the question that we had here. That term yako imeisha. Umeenda nyumbani. Unaomba contract to extend ufanye nini? Chenye ungefanya kitambo. Succession planning. But again, the reason why watu wanakwamilia, they were not prepared to go home. So we start preparing regardless. The moment you got your payslip, hata wanakuandikia ni lini unaenda nyumbani. Those conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Roslyn. I have 3 expectations. One is, one of the objectives for the public service is effective and efficient customer delivery when it comes to the service. So my expectation is, what are some of these strategies that the public service has put in order to ensure that we achieve that? Because most of the times as the public servant, we get complaints. Some of these complaints we are not able to handle at our level. It has to be in governance level. Maybe the laws that are put are not able to achieve what was set to achieve. So that is one. The second is this issue of intergenerational. There is a gap in the public service. So when you look at the sector, there are this young generation that have come with high expectation. There is the middle age, where we are still trying to link the new generation and the old. And there is the people who are about to exit the service. For them, change is something that you cannot bring in a day and expect them to adjust. So what is it that the public service is doing to ensure that those 3 generations are able to sit in a table and come up with whatever expectation is needed in the country? The third one is, she talked about retirement. I really find it awkward when you train us for retirement plan when I'm about to exit. I come to public service at the age of 26. You pay me 25,000. When I'm exiting the service, I have several loans that maybe you will have guided me better when I'm 26 to maybe make use of the 25,000 out there in terms of other avenues of income. So please, I don't know if my team is in agreement, but if the retirement training is brought a little bit earlier for planning purposes with my life after the service, either at 50 or 60, whatever age I plan to exit, because we are allowed to exit after 10 years. So whatever age. Thank you.
Thank you. Clap for Madam for those 3 very powerful expectations. How many of us are already in public service? By show of hands, proudly do that. It almost appears like we have the answers. Wait. So we are actually the public servants. The ones that we need answers from. How about we talk amongst ourselves? And I like how she is bringing the expectations. She's sharing expectations, and also she's giving solutions. For example, we're talking about retiring, frustrations during retirement. What if this conversation started earlier? I hear you. Thank you so much. Next one, so that now we have an exchange. Madam, sorry. Yes, my friend. Then ladies,
Yes.
you have always been.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, more power to the young people, more power.
Power.
More power to the young people, more power.
Power.
Yeah, my name is Sankara Nyagaya. I'm a custodian of indigenous cultural knowledge. I'm also the advisor of a gentleman called Professor Patrick Vakoyen, who is the chancellor of the University of Nairobi, as well as the Global Center on Adaptation. My expectation today would be to find out and to know what the public service is doing in regard to the preservation of indigenous cultural knowledge, and also to know if indigenous cultural people like myself also stand a chance of participating in public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, he is bringing the concept of acculturization. We call it acculturization. I hope sociologists in the house, I'm doing it right. Right? Thank you so much. And I like how you want us to merge. Mwacha mila ni mtumwa. Right? Am I doing it right? Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you
Good
very
morning.
much. Good morning, everyone.
Good
My
morning.
name is Wamboi Madheri from the President's Award Kenya. And the President's Award Kenya, we work closely with the young people to ensure and to assist them in character development and skills formation in readiness for the world. And my expectation is geared towards the young people who I work closely with. And my expectation is how is the government or the public service preparing to bridge the gap between the young people and the public service? You realize that there are three major points that I'm going to point out that are a hindrance towards having the young people joining the public service. And one of it is what my colleague here talked about, corruption. Like, whom do I know for me to join the public service? And remember, we are telling these young people, even as they do the President's Award program, that education is the key. And remember, we are doing that even in Mashinani. And these young people in Mashinani, more likely, they don't know anyone in the public service. So that element, how are we blocking that to ensure that every young person who is qualified, and not only a young person, including myself, today if I want to join or to get a consideration to a higher position, probably I would have to ask myself first and foremost, do I know the director? Yeah? Now imagine that young person in Isiolo whose parents are not even educated, who has no relatives in Nairobi or Mombasa. How is this person going to join the public service? We need to clean recruitment processes in the public service, and I'm looking forward to hear that solution coming from the panel. Number two, it is the technology. And I'm happy to note that the government today has quite well embraced technology. But what about the development that is coming with technology in their workplaces? For example, working from home. You realize that most organizations today, they are supporting and embracing working from home. And that is what our young people want. They don't want to go to the office from Kajiado to Nairobi to sit in an office doing what they do every day, 8 to 5. So you realize that the private sector is really carrying the day when it comes to, having the best in the young people. And we know that the young people are the future of tomorrow. They are well informed, they are well educated, probably even more than us. They are so techno-savvy, and therefore when you hire these young people, your organization is likely to give you better services and higher productivity than any other organization. And we need that in the public service so that we can also enhance our services and even our capacity and production. And finally, it's about the pay, something that we cannot run away from when we are talking about the youth and the public service and how we want to ensure that we are having as many as possible in the public service. We all know that the government, especially the government of Kenya, which we serve, it's well known for being one of the employer who does not compensate the worker properly. And that's one thing that is making young people to shy off from joining the public service. With all the knowledge, with all the capacity that these young people are having, they are looking for opportunities in the private sectors where a graduate is earning a better salary than a director in a public service. So if we can get a solution to those three items in the public service, I think we would be in a better position to bring on board more young people, and that would go a long way even in enhancing our services as a public service. And also it will also take care of our mental wellness, because one, we cannot hide from this fact that most of us who are going through mental issues, most of it is financial. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really want to hear more of that, and I like how you are expounding. For the sake of gentlemen, tutaenda kwa huyo, and then please, I have questions that I would wish to hear answers from us. So please, sir, thank you so much. Him and you decide. Sir, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you, madam. I hear you and I like how you have put it.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Oliver Machayo. I'm a paralegal. I'm also a second-year student in the Faculty of Law in the University of Nairobi. So my expectations for this conference is one, I think the madam has touched a bit of it, is how do we make public service great again? How do we make the service be more simple? Simple in the sense that people can come, get a service, and get out, leaving great reviews for the public service and also for the personnel there. And my second expectation is to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs as well. I would like to understand how does the Foreign Affairs, has it expanded its engagement with the Caribbean nations? For me, Foreign Affairs diplomacy has been something that I've been trying to look at. So maybe after this, we can engage a few things here and there. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I like how you are customizing your approach, even to specific ministries. Sir, okay. Thank you so much. How to make the public service great again. And madam, youth are the leaders of today. I'm supporting you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Anyanga Victor from Machakos University. Epicenter of success. Since the discussion will be also on succession planning, yes. My expectation on that is to gain practical insight on how structured success planning can strengthen continuity and leadership readiness in public service. Then two, learn how intergenerational collaboration, combining experience and innovation, can enhance problem solving and modernize service delivery. Thank you.
When you go back to Machakos, tell Vice Chancellor, we are grateful. Sijui kwa Egerton hawakuja. You are doing great.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gertrude from Bandari Maritime Academy. My expectation is to network with different participants. And then I also have a concern.
Yes.
As a person who has stomached for 8 years without employment, I would really love the public service we want, if it is possible. Zile terms of service, ama wakati your employers are looking for people to employ, why would you put years of experience, 5 years, 10 years, 8 years, and there is someone ametoka university ndiye anataka kuemploy? Please, can we consider that part? Number two, internship programs. Can we have internship be paid internships? Like ikwe kama it's a rule, because you will motivate that young person, even if it is 15,000. This person comes from far, anahitaji transport to work, akifikila kule kazini, wenzake wanakunywa chai, haezi afford. It is really frustrating out here. Number three, I want to share to the youth that we have careers in the sea. I work for maritime industry. I want to give an eye-opener that you can be a chef in the sea, you can be a nurse in the sea, you can be a doctor in the sea. Tuache kukro muku kwa land. Twendeni on board. Thank you.
Wow. Opportunities are there. Thank you so much, and I like how you challenge. Last, please. Thank you so much. I'm so proud. And last time we interacted with the CEO of Maritime. I like how you really make the public service appealing by reminding us of the opportunities and the chances. Thank you so much. I feel like I want to go to the sea.
Thank you very much. I'm called Fred Handa from the National Youth Council. On my side, I'm seeing that we are avoiding the root cause of all these things. And even if we have a solution and we don't uproot them, we are still going to have this mayhem. One, I've heard some of my colleagues inside here saying that it depends with whom do you know. Sometimes it is not whom do you know. It is who knows you there. Because you find that these people that are in the positions are the ones that are making calls. Please, can I get so and so? Or can you bring me some few people? At that time, it is not whom do you know, it is who knows you there. We are supposed to solve that. And it is being seen even after every general elections. The appointments, you see that we are only seeing the cronies of the politicians are being spoon-fed. But the people that have the potentials are being in a prolactated manner. We need to do away with that. Number two, I want to talk about some of the public servants are half-baked. We need to tell the truth. You find that you step into the panel and the person who posed the question, he's using paperwork more than the brain. And he wants you to answer what he was advised or she was advised. Even if we are saying that we want to be in the first world countries, it will still be a pipe dream. We need to solve that. In terms of job employment, we can create jobs. How can we create jobs? On my side, I'm not proposing for permanent and pensionable. If we have the permanent, where are these people that are not employed? When will they get those jobs? The jobs should be in terms of years and in terms of merit competition. Where once it is for 3 years, even the person that is there is supposed to make a competition on those jobs. You lose, you go home. The new income, even from the campus, if he passes, he gets the opportunity. Those are the ways that we are supposed to solve all these issues. Lastly, we are aware, and some of you are 100%, that some have counterfeit papers. We are supposed to know that. Besides on what one of ours have already said that about skills, this issue of a certificate, fake certificate, I'm very sure that even here, if we are being asked to bring the certificates, you will find that some of us have the certificates of people that have already died, and they have just changed names, and yet they are in the position. You want to compete with them. They will never give you that chance. We need to eradicate it from the bottom as we take it up, so that it will be bottom up. Thank you very much.
Kanyanga uwa kabisa, clap for him. Huyo akipata chance, kwisha. Anakumaliza. Thank you. He is bringing very pertinent issues, and I like how passionate he is about each of those statements that he is making. Some very interesting in a way that some, yeah, he seems very sure. Some, yeah, mkiitishwa karatasi mtadelay kuleta, and so on and so forth. That can be very sensitive. So we use terms like chances are. Cindy, thank you, sir, for how clearly you are bringing it. So chances are. Thank you so much.
So good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, my name is Franklin, Senior Officer at the Teacher Service Commission. I think I'm one of the older members here. Mine is just to highlight a few issues which as part of the expectations for this workshop. I have personally worked in the private sector, and now I am in the public sector. In the private sector, there are two different worlds. In the private sector, by the time you are 39, you are too old. In the public service, when you are 39, you are too young. You can see that difference. But what I want to raise is the issue of restlessness of the young people. From experience, we employed 5 Gen Zs, programmers, and within 2 years, all of them had left the organization. I don't know what the problem is. We want to hear from them. Why are you not stable? Why are you restless? We need to get that, this expectation gap between what the public service expects and what the young people expect. We don't understand why somebody gets employed, and when he's getting employed, he's really very thankful for getting the employment. But within 2 years, they have left. There's a big problem. So that is what we need to discuss also here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just as a tip off, the young ones don't know jokes. Utaambia mtu ukichelewa usikuje na akose kuja ufanye chenye unafanya. Kwanza akirealize ako, unajua they have given time for when they will die. Every youth here knows when they will die. Wanasema I'll die at 80. So ukimfrustrate at 25 and a minus. What joke is this? So and I felt like you were describing me. If you don't value me at work, I'll go. But now diplomatically, they are no longer looking for greener pastures. They are looking for greener and taller pastures. So anytime they see it, it's okay. But part of things that the seasoned ones are coming to teach us is also how to be patient. I have, out of experience, sometimes some of us lack life skills. You've just joined public service and you want to talk to your director like this. We have seniority. We have bureaucracies. Every leader has their own different approaches, but there are standard practices. Unaenda unapiga sherehe na unapeana namba ya mdosi alipe kwa till. So watatufunza ethics. That is part of conversion. We must also need to be responsible. Sometimes, you see, being a youth is not a vulnerability. Sometimes we talk like being youth, like sasa tumeisha sisi, kwisha msisi. It is an advantage. There is no another time you will be as healthy as today. I'm reminding ourselves. So we also need to learn. Thank you so much. I'm meant to remind you that when you stand and talk to us, you are appearing in National Youth TV. They have, I think, a channel TV of such. So this is going to go viral. So make yourself as vibrant as possible. Shine! Shine! With ethics. And we believe we have your consent as part of these conversations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have 2 questions. Maybe if you would answer within the questions. From where you sit individually, do you think, especially for young people, do you feel like the seasoned ones value who we are at work? And for the seasoned ones, do you feel like we respect and also value who you are with your experience? Tuanze na youth. From where you sit, do you feel, you may not talk about your direct boss. You can talk about your general experience. But niko sure tukifungua chanza hapa mtu ata one term. Utatoa mtu wako nje kabisa. So let's have democracy. Let's have democracy and diplomacy as we have these conversations. So from where you sit, do you think from your observations that the experienced ones really value who you are and the experienced one, do you think that youth actually see you for the value that you really are? Because a concept paper would take a whole day or 2 days, but these guys wanaketi kwa kakona 5 minutes, wanakuletea kitu ingine hapo safi. You know, do we feel like we have that space at workplace? And we can start from all over. This conversation can start all over. Our guests are lining up, so we want by the time we have so amazing guests. So when they come, also shine. Chukua your mic. Fanya kazi. Sawa sawa. Na wakisema pia usikize. It's a dialogue. Do you feel like youth, the space of the youth in public service has been appropriately appreciated and vice versa? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Nisaidiwa na mic?
So good morning. My name is John Mudhoi, a student at Machakos University. For me, I feel the experienced one, all our bosses, especially with the youth, they don't value us. They value what we do or what we offer. For example, I work online, and my boss always expect me, even if I'm sick, anataka niwe hapo all the time. So that tells you what? He does not value me, he value what I offer. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That they don't mind about your welfare. And someone brought the concept of salary and how we are remunerated and appreciated. I hear you, your welfare. You don't feel like they really tap on that one. Angalia your email, saa ngapi? Saa 10. Look at that, respond. ASAP. Yes, sir. Okay. And then now we shift at the back. At the back. I'm taught it is at the back where.
Okay, thank you. Morning again.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Anyanga Victor, an economist.
Yes.
Yeah. To me, I don't think if they value us, the Gen Zs, and I want to talk this from an experience. Last academic year, I was in an attachment somewhere, and how I was handled, they handled me as if I have full experience to the institution. That's how I can see that they don't value that we should at least be trained before we reach to their line of work.
Thank you. He is bringing a concept of reduction. You are not reducted, but also it depends with what you say during the interviews. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Yes. My name is Charity again. I would like to respond to that question, but to put a spanner in the works a bit. There's something that we go amiss, especially when we as young people exaggerate our capacities, and I will explain. It is very important to understand that in as much as you have ambition, especially in public service, there are bureaucracies, that could be the wrong word, but there are systems in place because of decision making and to avoid fraud and a monopoly of power. That is how sometimes public service is designed. And so when you come to public service and exaggerate even your own morality and your tech savviness, you might not necessarily blend well with the senior officers there. Before coming to the Center for Mathematics, I worked briefly at Kenya Reinsurance. And I've met very gifted senior officers, people who would play numbers around even the capacity that you think you have. So for me, I think it is important to be able to conceptualize what it is that you can bring to the table and understand that there are things that you don't know and there are things that whoever is your senior does not also know. If you are wise enough, so in a way, I'm trying to say that there is an appreciation for what it is that we offer, right? But then also, when you want your boss to expand his interest in you away from a profession and to now put you into a human being, you might be asking for a bit too much. Because at work, I am legal officer, this person, right? I cannot then bring Charity, the firstborn, Charity, the person who's taking care of parents, Charity who is, maybe expanding her education, Charity. So how you want leadership to also experience you as a young person, you have to contextualize and be modest, because it cannot happen with the intensity at which that we expect. So in a way, I would say that they have no choice, because young people are the succession plan. By default, they are not going to be there for long. I think they do appreciate, maybe they need to be trained on how to approach young people, and even young people need to be trained. That's why this is an intergenerational conference. However, I would say when it comes to evaluating and seriously reflecting our effect and our skills at work, let us be modest and avoid exaggeration. Because sometimes even when you say, oh, the youth are tech savvy, I know some. So it's not always true. You have to put everything in context. And I think from there we can move forward.
Thank you, madam. So she is challenging us not to have a fallacy. A fallacy, I'm told by philosophers, is an error in thinking, whereby just because we have generalized that youth are tech savvy, kuna mtu hapo ukimuuliza domain ni nini? Na ni youth, atajanga domain ni nani? And so let's also appreciate that. I have also learned that there are things you learn at work that will never be taught in class. And if you are shaking your head after working for 1 year, how about that colleague who has worked for 30 years in service? And some of them, most of them would start from low. Untrained, certificate, diploma, degree, second degree, others are progressing. So experience. It's also very
yes, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Amos Mukua from Tarda. I work in resource mobilization and investments. Before I give my answer, I'm actually very happy to be here. I'd like to recognize Sankara there, who's my friend who I've not seen in, I think, 13 years.
Ooh.
So I'm happy
Reunion.
To see. Yeah. Okay, for the question on value, I think the answer is yes and no. I think the senior officers in public service, from my experience, are very good in terms of welfare. They take care of us. I think when you go for leave, you want to maybe leave or need to go to the hospital, need to take care of your family. They are very open to assisting us in those issues. But for me, I feel we should focus more on work, professional work. And that's where the problem is. Sorry to say this, but the older civil servants are gatekeepers of information. It is very hard for the young people to access the institutional information and institutional memory from them. We are actually forced to do maybe research or things that have already been done in the past, so that we can generate information that is already somewhere in an office, right? So this, I think, makes us inefficient, and is also, I think, makes government not be able to operate efficiently. So I think maybe if there's somebody from PSC or the Ministry of Public Service, you need to come up with a policy that I think guides or forces those who have been there for long, to be obliged to share information when they are requested, as long as there is information that we know, of course, cannot be shared by everybody, but the information that is there, we need to do our work. We need to find guidelines that direct your flow of information.
Thank you so much. Communication at institutional level is really very important. Kuna mtu hapa hajaiona HR manual na ni staff. hata ujui career progression, you don't know what happens next. You are just waiting for 3 years to see if they will consider. You don't know what those policies say. And what she is encouraging us is that we allow what the others need to know that would support what we do is easier to access. And also he is acknowledging that kuna yenye haiwezi peana, hiyo nayo utakwama nayo. But kuna kwa swali moja huwa anajiuliza. What happens? Every senior person, they were junior at some point. Akakuwa junior officer. Then uka grow out of effort, merit. Ukifika huko juu, what happens? Sam, I have interacted with one of the best bosses around as I have changed careers here and there. Very amazing bosses, but wengine, let's be honest, wengine, hey, ni Simba wa, sijui, nilikuwa niseme wa Yuda. So, but I understand those dynamics. So can I get to hear, sir, and then now I would suggest with a lot of respect, now, sir, and then I'll get, now I want to be talked to for once. I want to be lectured. I want to be mentored. I need to be coached by experienced. So sir, then please, I would wish to hear a voice. And you can see we're making progress. Thank you. Sir, please.
Hello. Yeah, good morning once again. Okay, so about career and our workplaces, maybe not to repeat so many things that have been said by my sister, talked much on how we have our work relations. But for me, I think the value that we get our workplaces depends on how we communicate, how we have our institutional relationships. To some extent, we cannot say our bosses ni wabaya sana wote. Some of them wako sawa. That is something that has, to me, where I've experienced a public service in a government office, it was not so bad that our boss was so good. The only problem ilikuwa tulipata external workers when we were tulikuwa intern. So tunamaliza kazi, unasikia the organization is employing people, but hawakuwa na sisi. It's heartbreaking till today. Thank you.
I hear you. Thank you, sir. Last, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Malcolm Awala. I'm from Kenya Utalii College. The only issue we have as young people and the other senior group is the senior group is not approachable, honestly. Most of them, they are not approachable because you find that I'm employed, I'm a young man, I've come in an office full of senior officers. I don't know where to start from. I'm just employed. Yes, you don't know how I got into employment or how I was employed to reach wherever I am. Maybe my skills have brought me there. But now, most of these senior officers are not approachable. You find that, for example, I'm in tech. In tech, most things are changing. And yes, I know most of them, they are not obliged to move to tech. Most of them don't like it, as a matter of fact. But when you have an idea, most of them don't want to listen to the idea. They don't want to be impactful to the idea. And they don't like embracing change in the technological world. So we would want the seniors to at least be approachable. As more as we listen to them, they should also listen to us.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for your active participation. And I like how you are bringing it, that the seniors need to listen. And I can only guess how surprised you'll realize that they actually listen to us. It's a dialogue. I hear you. And I know it feels when you are not listened to. Thank you so much. You may need to clap for yourselves once. Or be generous 3 times. And at this moment, allow me pass the mic to Mr. Peter Quest. Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning. My name is Peter Quest, Head of Business Development, Innovation, and Resource Mobilization, as well as the Youth Program at Kenya School of Government. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Kenya School of Government. So we want to start officially because of time. May we arise, we start with the prayers. We had people nominated for prayers. With the national anthem first. Let's start with the national anthem. One stanza, the national anthem, then the East Africa one stanza. We can rise up.
tuilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. Let's have our seat. All right, let's have a word of prayer from a Christian and a Muslim.
All protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Festus Muturi and I'm born again. I'm an engineer from State Department for Mining. I'd like that. I don't know if I would disturb if I ask you to stand again, please, as we pray. Kindly. So let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we are grateful for you are a faithful God. We thank you that the times and the season belong to you. We appreciate your grace and love. We thank you, Lord, for this national gathering. Lord, as we gather today, we pray, Father, as we begin, as you have been with us, we have seen your faithfulness. We ask that may your presence go with us. We commit every session of this event. As we begin this conference today, we ask that let your presence and let your glory shine in these meetings, my Father. We pray the conversation you're going to have in the dialogue, Lord, they are going to bear fruit for the young people, for all the generations in our country. And it's going to be a blessing to our country, Kenya, and also going to be a copy to other nations in the name of Jesus Christ. We welcome you to begin with us. May your presence go with us, Lord. Without you, Lord, we can do nothing. Help us and guide us in all your wisdom. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. God bless you.
All right, from the Muslim side, just one Muslim to. I think we still want to stand.
Good morning. Let us pray. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Maliki Yawmiddin, Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in, ihdina siratal mustaqim, siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim, ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Allahumma aftah lana bil khair, waj'alna bil khair, wa akhtim lana bil khair. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Amen.
All right, thank you so much. Let's have our seat. Distinguished guests in front of us. These are young people from public service, and some of them representing universities. We will soon know which institutions and departments they are representing. But before that, I would like this opportunity to, of course, introduce our speakers, our distinguished speakers who have come to grace with us. So I want to start from the far end. We have our CEO for the National Youth Council, Ms. Gloria Wawira. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Gloria. Then, of course, after that, we'll have Ms. Maria, Ms. Lorenzo Maria, the Deputy Ambassador for Italy. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Then, of course, from that, we have Dr. Mbijiwe from Public Service, representing the PS Public Service. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the opportunity. Then, of course, we have from the Minister of Interior, Ms. Beverly Opora, yes, Opora. Thank you so much, Madam, for gracing this occasion. Then, of course, our friend and, of course, a friend of the school, Ms. Kuresha Ahmed, the CEO for IHRM. So, distinguished guests, Kenya School of Government has worked with distinguished partners, organizations, and various CEOs to really empower the young people across board. both at the county levels and at the ministry level. And through the leadership of Professor Nura Mohammed, our host, and most of us call him our big brother and our mentor, Professor Nura Mohammed has continuously established a platform for young people to actually excel, both in provisions of platforms and safer spaces for young people, as well as continuous mentorship at even sometimes at his private time. He has the time to really work with the young people. Professor, when you inspired this vision, there was a team that was elected to actually lead this process. So I would like the president to actually come and introduce the team that was given the mantle to lead. I remember there was a proper election that was done here, and actually a selected team was guided and given the right leadership to provide guidance for this team. So when a president, just introduce your team.
Thank you so much. Once again, good morning. All protocols observed. I would like to quickly call on my team. Robert, assist with calling those who are outside. Mumbua, Charity, Tony, kindly. Paul. Yes, last year, we assembled here as the youth from various MDAs with the agenda. Someone to assist Sela Dikini. Someone to assist Sela, kindly. Thank you, thank you. Nadia? Where's Nadia? So, I'm going to do this differently. I'm not going to mention their names. I'll hand over the microphone for them to introduce themselves. My name is David Riungu. I'm from Kenya Airports Authority. I am currently the officer in charge of Lodway Airstrip. And this is the team that was nominated last year to lead the youth agenda. And this is the team that has been behind organizing this event. And this is the inaugural one of many. So we are expecting that next year, going forward, we'll be having this event for intergenerational collaboration. We have someone who is out of the country. He is our communications director. He is called Trevor Ngendo. He is currently in Ghana. He will be jetting in tomorrow. So I am the president of this team and the chairperson of, this is the executive committee of the Public Service Youth Forum. And we have a bigger team that is called the Public Service Youth Forum. This is the executive committee behind the planning of this event. So kindly appreciate them. Thank you so much. We also have other programs that we will launch later as we are going to continue, as we continue with the 3-day programs. So kindly, Charity.
Yes, my name is Charity Kilonzi. Like I've said before, I work as a legal officer at the Center for Mathematics, Science and Technology Education in Africa. I vice chair this executive committee. Thank you.
Anthony Mwoki, I work as a senior psychologist at National Police Service Commission, and for this committee, I'm the programs lead. Thank you.
Good morning. Festus Moturi is my name. I'm an engineer from State Department for Mining, and I'm born again. I'm a member of this executive committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Kamau. I am a researcher here at the Kenya School of Government.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Mumbua Chalo from the Ministry of Defense. I sit as an executive advisor to this amazing committee.
Good morning. Stella Njiru from the University of Embu. I'm a teaching assistant there. For the sake of this committee, I'm the welfare representative.
Good morning. My name is Rahma Ibrahim from UNESCO Youth Forum. And for this committee, I represent as an outreach and partnership officer.
Good morning. I'm Teresa Wanyonyi. I'm a principal transboundary waters officer at the State Department of Water and Sanitation. And in this committee, I'm the secretary.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nadia Wili. I'm sure majority of you have heard of my name. I'm from the Kenya School of Government, Programs Officer. For the committee, I am a Resource Mobilization Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sela Odhiambo. I'm from the State Department of Children's Services. In this committee, I do observe persons with disability in the whole public service. Thank you.
Asanteni sana. We have one officer who is not with us also. Anaitwa Jerry Okumu, is an executive committee member. Then we have friends of the committee. Bwana Festus, just quickly raise up your hand. We are also, in consultation with this team, ICS Kenya. We also have Robert, where are you? Raise your hand for people to see you kindly. Dan Motugi, where are you? Yeah. Just raise your hand from where you are. I want to appreciate you now. Thank you so much. Asante sana, Bwana Quest. That is the team.
All right, thank you so much. The team has continuously received mentorship from our DG, Professor Noura Mohammed, and of course, with the leadership of Kenya School of Government, the team is highly exposed to opportunities and, of course, continuous mentorship. Now, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, allow me to just recognize the partnership of this has been made possible by the leadership of Kenya School of Government in partnership with National Youth Council and HRM. And of course, we want to genuinely thank our leader, Professor Noura Mohammed, for giving us that provision. I want to mention the organization that come here. Just you stand, then we clap for you, then we move on. State Department for Economic Planning. Where are they? All right, clap for them once. All right, Immigration. All right, clap for them. University of Embu. Just, you rise up, just one, rise up. All right, clap for University of Embu. Judiciary. Judiciary, where are you? Oh, somewhere, all right, thank you so much. Media Council of Kenya. All right, clap for them. Thank you so much. State Department of Diaspora. Thank you so much, clap for them. Blue Economy. All right, clap for them. State Department for Industry. Clap for them. President's Award, Kenya. All right, thank you so much, clap for them. National Youth Council. All right, clap for them. GEC. All right, clap for them. Thank you so much. Public Works. Clap for them. CAJ. Thank you so much. Clap for them. KBC. Thank you so much. Clap for them. ICSK. All right, clap for them. NAPEA. I don't know what it stands for in full. Oh, nuclear. Where are they? All right, clap for them. Thank you so much. BPO. Clap for them. All right, thank you so much. Parliamentary Affairs. Clap for them. Thank you so much. Housing and Urban Development. Thank you so much. Aviation team. All right, clap for them. Thank you so much. Ministry of Defense. They're somewhere. Just clap for them. GAF. The GAF team, clap for them. Thank you so much. Wildlife. Wildlife team. All right, thank you so much. IHRM. Clap for them. Thank you so much. Bandari Academy. All right, clap for them. Thank you so much. OPCS. Office of the President. OPCS, I think that is the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Wako wapi? All right, thank you so much. National Land Commission. Thank you so much. Ministry of Devolution. Devolution team. Thank you very much. Kenya School of Government. There should be majority. All right, thank you so much. Led by our CEO, Professor Noura Mohammed. COOPS. All right, clap for them. Public Investment and Asset Management. Thank you so much. Any other organization we haven't mentioned? Kuna mtu amesaulika? Nani? Yes? Mining, I mentioned mining. Which one? ESCC, PSC, Public Service, Teacher Service Commission. Oh, yes. Please stand up. When you just stand, East Africa Community. Thank you so much. I was with that gentleman in University at Africa Nazarene. Yes. State Law Office, stand. All right. Thank you so much. From Masina Muliro University. Thank you so much, Masina Muliro. Anyone else? Yes? State Department for? State Department for Roads, clap for them. Yes, sir. Who? Tarda. All right, clap for them. Then somebody mentioned something else. Bomas of Kenya. Yes. Bomas. All right, thank you so much, Bomas of Kenya. Yes? Kerio Valley. KVDA. Clap for them. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Teacher Service Commission. Thank you so much. Kena's team, clap for them. All right, thank you so much. Yes, sir. Kenya Academy of Sports, clap for them. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Gender Affairs, clap for them. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Post Bank, thank you so much. Yes, yes, sir. KEBS, clap for them. Thank you so much. Yes. Oh, from forward. Yes, madam. State Department for Justice, clap for them. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. So much. Yes, sir. Southeastern Kenya University, clap for them. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. State Department for Forestry. State Department for Forestry. Thank you so much. Yes, the two gentlemen. Machakos University. Clap for them. Thank you very much. Yes. Kenya Sugar Research Training Institute. Thank you very much. Now behind there. State Department for Higher Education. Clap for them. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Anyone else we left behind? So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you who have come to this session. The session is going to be enriching. You are encouraged to discuss. Remember, this is just interaction. So I want to welcome our Director General, Professor Nura Mohammed, to grace this occasion. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you so much, Peter. Dr. Mbijiwe, who is representing our Cabinet Secretary, as well as also Principal Secretary, Minister of Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Program. Ms. Lorenza Mavia, Deputy Ambassador of Republic of Italy. Beverly Opwara, who is representing PS, Dr. Raymond Omola, Principal Secretary, Interior and National Administration. Ms. Kuresha Ahmed, CEO, Institute of Human Resource Management. Madam Gloria Wawira, CEO, National Youth Council of Kenya. Distinguished guests, senior public service leaders, head of department, young officers, future policy champions, young visionary leaders present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Let me first take this opportunity to really appreciate. I think the whole government is here. As you can see, the reason why we thought of convening this intergenerational dialogue forum is to bring such wonderful, future ready young leaders in the public service for us to have a reflection, conversation, and agree on how then we can craft the public service of the future using the future leaders such as yourself. And that is why the whole program and the agenda is all about the public service that we want. What kind of public service do you want as young leaders? And that is the roadmap. And that is the future. And that is the reflection that we are going to have for the next 3 days. please release that energy, the agility, you know, the reflection that we have. Let me appreciate from the onset, the executive committee introduced here, I want to appreciate them because they are the ones who organized this forum. I just, you know, requested them to have a conversation with young people, such as, you know, the CEOs are all here, the very senior government officials are all here. We are also blessed to have a deputy ambassador here to have that reflection. And the very objective of all this is to have that conversation. What kind of public service do you want? What will be the future of this public service? How does the future-ready public service look like? Or what are some of the components of the future-ready public service that we must reflect on, discuss, agree, so that then we have a clear roadmap, we have a clear transformational plan, so that you, as you craft that, you are part of that future. Therefore, today, it is indeed a pleasure to welcome all of you and host all of you here at the Kenya School of Government. And the Kenya School of Government, and we call it the Kenya School of Government, the place of tomorrow. And that is why today, you are in tomorrow, you are in the future. And that is why the public service of the future and the public service that you want is a reflection that you are having today. Indeed, we are glad. Therefore, where we have gathered here, not for the traditional briefing, but for strategic intervention. This is the public service intergenerational dialogue, which is our commitment as the nation's premier training institution to future-proof our governance through informed human capital development. And that is a reflection that you are going to have. Nobody is going to give you inspirational speeches here. We must agree what kind of the public service that you want to see for the next 2 years, for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years, for the next 15. And by the time we get to the year 2063, which as we are crafting the vision 2063 for Kenya, then you fit in. You are placed rightly in that center of a reflection for the public service that you want. This forum, esteemed delegates, is fundamentally about honest and structured exchange of ideas. It was conceived, it was organized, and driven by young officers from the public service under the guidance of the Kenya School of Government itself. This, therefore, is youth leadership in action, utilizing institutional platform to drive constructive change that we want to see. And again, I repeat, it is not all about the inspirational speeches that we are going to give here. It is about crafting the future-ready public service where the young leaders, with their agility, with their innovative ideas, and the CEOs are here and the senior government officials are here. Let me say this, that for me, at the Kenya School of Government, I've really benefited from the young leaders in the Kenya School of Government, their innovative, their creativity, their very, you know, agility in terms of bringing the change. When I gave them this responsibility, I trusted them. And as you can see now, this whole number is not because of me, it is because of the young leaders who are present here, the executive committee who are here. And some of them, last week, I think, or this week, they appeared in several televisions, you know, the medias. I gave them the blessing to appear because I know that they are innovative, they are future ready, and they are ready to give this conversation life. And that is exactly what they did. Quite a number of them appeared in KBC and again, other media, and they gave that, and that is what we call leadership. And leadership, I realized, therefore, then, is a calling, it's not a title. Because title is not about leadership. It is a calling. That is why the young leaders, you know, are driving the agenda. We must acknowledge a fundamental truth that the true strength of a public service does not rest solely in the system or policy documents that we keep crafting and developing, but in its people, these people who are seated here. It is about those who have carried the institutional memory with the distinction, and those who now step forward with fresh energy and bold ideas, transformative ideas, innovative ideas, that agility in bringing about the change that we are looking forward to. One day, you will be part of that, crafting the future-ready public service. As Kenya School of Government, as we mark the 100 years this year, Kenya School of Government we are marking 100 years this year. We recognize that our mandate is to ensure this institutional wisdom meets modernity. And that is basically what we are saying. And some of our young leaders, when they appeared in the media, they said that we want the agility, the innovation, meet the wisdom of the old people. The agility of the young people, the innovation, the creativity of the young people meet the wisdom of the old people. Where the wisdom meet then the modernity, modernized ideas that we have. And that is basically what we are saying, that therefore then our demographic reality with over 75% of Kenya's population under 35, therefore then demand that we embed digital fluency and adaptability into the very DNA of our public service. And that is why, as Kenya School of Government, we set up the Regional Center of Competency for the digital skilling and the artificial intelligence for the public sector. And we are the drivers of those things that we refer to as innovation, creativity, Internet of Things, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence. The theme of this conference, therefore, then demand that we reconsider the notion of hierarchy and reject the notion of where we rival and create a rivalry, and therefore it is the other generation versus the new generation. And that is what, therefore, then we must reconsider, the notion of the old versus the young generation. How can the two generations coexist, where the wisdom meet, therefore, then the young leaders, innovation, creativity, and the future-ready public service that we want to create? We must transition from a passive model of leadership and mentorship to active co-creation, co-development, and realization of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of the government. This dialogue is not about competition, it is about collaboration, it's about co-creation, it's about coming together and creating that shared vision, and then ultimately united by the mission to build a sustainable, ethical, effective, efficient, citizen-centered, responsive, and agile public service that we want to see in future. Distinguished delegates, great leaders, future leaders, and all the public servants who are here this morning, we stand here today because of a simple yet very powerful initial step. I'm reminded of the launch of the fireside chat that we held here at the Kenya School of Government under the guidance of the Ministry of Public Service, a moment that brought a raw truth and fearless exchange of ideas between the generation. You mentioned quite a number of issues, but again, as we sit here and craft that future of possibilities and progress, please bring yourself into this room so that we can be able to together create that future-ready public service. From that single spark, this conference has grown into a beacon that has now shined brightly, illuminating the areas where we must rethink, retool, and reimagine our public service delivery. As the lead convener and the capacity development partner, together with my fellow CEOs here and the very senior government officials and our partners, KSG guarantees that we are committed to translating your insight into a lasting reform that impacts the entire public service, including the entire training life cycle at the Kenya School of Government. One, the policy recommendation on digital governance and efficiency developed here will inform the relevant update of our training programs in future, because the future is here. This dialogue is now established as institutionalized channel championed by the Kenya School of Government together with our partners, including the ministry, to provide a rigor necessary for young officers to drive continuous, measurable improvement in the public service. Because we want to create a pathway for the young leaders to also realize their dream, not for them to wait for 6 years, 10 years, until then they get the next level of growth, including the promotion in the public service. I call upon our partners to continue with us in this significant journey that we are starting today. As we always say, whether you are Christian or whether you are Muslim, indeed today is the day our good Lord has made, and that is why we must sit in and reflect and create that future that we want to see, what kind of public service that we want to see. And you are the one who is in that future. And therefore then, let's make it so memorable, let's make it so melodious, let's make it so beautiful, and let's make it a legacy for all of us, automatically validate and also disseminate the outcomes of this forum and this reflection across all the ministries, transforming successful ideas into the national best practices. As I conclude, I want to take this opportunity to really appreciate, celebrate all of you here. There must be a reason why you are here. There must be a reason. It's not by accident. So therefore, please, let us get to hear your voice, your view about the public service of the future. What kind of public service do you want to create? His Excellency President keep referring to the future of possibilities and progress. Excellency President keep referring to the future of possibilities and progress. Let's make that possible. How can we then make that possible? Where the future, where you are present, where you are making a difference, where you are leaving a legacy, where you are making that future for others who will come after us. You may or may not be there 30 years from today, but your legacy and footprint must be there. Therefore then, as I conclude, I encourage us all to treat this forum as a vital organizational health check for the public service, so that then we look forward to the public service that we want to see 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from today. And I'm sure with your capacity, with your capability, it is possible that you'll be able to get there. Our presence honors the legacy of our services to the country. I call on all our senior government officials present here, including my fellow CEOs and other very senior government officials present here, to listen with generosity and mentor with openness, and also allow the voice of the young leaders to define or redefine the future of the public service that you want to see. To our young officers, this is your platform. It is not where we are going to give you an inspirational talk, but it is where we are going to craft the future of possibilities and progress. Your perspective is therefore then very critical here. Be analytical and seize this moment to shape the structure of the public service you will one day lead, because we want to place you in that center. One day, those of you who are seated here, or probably most of you, will be principal secretaries, will be cabinet secretaries. Maybe one day, one of you here will be the president of the wonderful Republic of Kenya, as you can see. One of you may be here. That day, please don't forget this man who is standing before you today as I talk to you. Let us dedicate these sessions to combining the stability of the experience with the power of the digital innovation. Let us emerge from this conference with a clear, shared roadmap for a public service that serves not you, but also the next century of Kenyan prospect. That is what we want to see. The question still remains, as I leave you with this, therefore then, what kind of public service do you want to see for the next 10 years, for the next 15 years, for the next 20, 30 years? What kind of public service do you want to see? The public service where you are at the center, leading from that center, contributing significantly, making a difference. Let us stop complaining about the public service. Let's be part of the solution, because I know you can. You have capacity, you have capability, you have agility, you have a great idea. I have no doubt that with that possibility, you will be able to create the future of possibilities and the progress, and we'll be able to move from there. Therefore then, with those many words, let me now invite our youngest CEO in Kenya, that is Madam Gloria Wawira, CEO, National Youth Council of Kenya, to greet you and also give you an idea about this wonderful conversation. From my end, once again, I want to take this opportunity to say asanteni sana na Mwenyezi Mungu aende kuwabariki sana, aendelee kuwabariki, and thank you, God bless you. With that, please let's all welcome our youngest CEO, Madam Gloria Wawira, aongee na nyinyi. Asante sana na Mungu awabariki sana. Thank you, CEO. Karibu sana.
Thank my friend.
Asante sana.
Yes, I am young. Mambo, you're all so formal. Ama nijichuko kazi? Okay. Yes, contrary to popular opinion and the black clothes I'm wearing, I relate very closely to the Mwekse and so and so. So karibuni, let me start by making it light. Mko sawa? Mko poa? This is a one space for us, just us, young people in public service, to be as we want to be and to do as much as we can to redefine, reimagine, reinvigorate the public service. So, Woza. Thank you. All protocols observed. Friends, allies, colleagues, good morning. My name is Gloria Wawira. I am the CEO at the National Youth Council. And thank you to my seniors for, reminding me that yes, to this day, I have had the sincere pleasure of serving at the National Youth Council as the youngest CEO in government. But to begin this story, this conversation, let me begin by bringing you greetings from our Principal Secretary, P.S. Fikirini Jacobs, who is the youngest Principal Secretary in government. Please receive his warmest greetings. The young man is just 30, I believe, and is a Principal Secretary in this government. I will speak to you very briefly about why this dialogue matters and what we can do with it. But before I do that, I have to introduce you to the National Youth Council. The National Youth Council is a state agency established by the NYC Act of 2009. Our job is to amplify youth voices. We create a platform to connect young people to opportunity, to also allow them an opportunity to voice their opinions and their challenges, but most importantly, to co-create solutions that address our needs. Our needs including unemployment, poverty, and social development. And that's what the National Youth Council does. If you haven't interacted with us, please connect with us at NYC_Youth Voice on all social platforms. And I will stop there. Let me begin by saying that we're very excited to be a part of this intergenerational dialogue. When Professor Noura mentioned it a few months ago, and when we had a meeting with a very able executive committee, it was a no-brainer for the National Youth Council for the opportunity to connect the future, the present and the future of public service, and the chance to reimagine, reinvigorate, co-create something new, something powerful in the public service was a no-brainer for the National Youth Council. And I want to appreciate the Kenya School of Government for providing us this platform, and also the executive committee for stepping up to the plate. Many times, we're looking for someone to step forward. Do you step forward? A question for all of us young people to think about. Many a times we're looking for someone to invigorate, someone to lead. It takes courage, it takes bravery to step forward and to take a chance on an idea, which is what the executive committee has done, and you have done well to bring us together here. I want to speak to us, the young people in this country. They remind me, and I read more often than not, that how many are we of our population? Does anyone know? I will bring the mic. Does anyone know what percentage of the population of Kenya is young? Talk to me. Anyone? Anyone from KNBS here? They may know. Does anyone know? Thank you, the lady in the room. 75% of this republic, in fact, to be exact, 75.1% of the Republic of Kenya is below the age of 35. Imagine that. We, the young people of this republic, have the largest stake in the survival and the prosperity
of the Republic of Kenya. It is our very business to ensure that not just the public service, but the private sector and all sectors altogether thrive. But I was having a conversation earlier with Dr. Mijiwe there about what are the elements of this country that we are so proud of. And one of the things that came up, and he'll tell you, is the public service. The public service of Kenya is well regarded in the region. We are competent, we are capable, we innovate, and we continue and endure season after season, generation after generation. I don't know, maybe those are the ones that went. Are we the public service that embodies those values? Are we the public service that embodies those values? No? We're not innovative? We are? The young people in the room, talk to me. We're not innovative? We're not enduring? We're not capable? Are we adaptive? That's what we are. That's what this intergenerational dialogue is about. Bringing together the wisdom of time and the energy of our youth. The world is changing rapidly. We now live in the age of AI, artificial intelligence. If you ask Professor Noura here 25 years ago whether AI would have been possible, what do you think he would have said? No? Most young people have had a device in their hands for most of our lives, yeah? I've had a device in my hand for a very long time. If you asked our parents, for example, whether they thought the mobile phone would be a small computer capable of doing more than this one, do you think they would have believed it? But do you think the beauty of growing up in the times that we have is that we then get to bring that rigor, that adaptive energy to the public service, to reimagine. I keep repeating these three words, you'll hear me. Reimagine, reinvigorate the public service. Thinking about opportunity for growth in public service, I know, and I'll end this story with a little story of my time in the public service. I know that we think about growth and upward mobility quickly. Yes or no? Am I the only one who wants a promotion quickly? We all do, yeah? I know they are sat here, but talk to me. We all want a promotion quickly, Cindy? Yes, we do. However, all good things in my little experience take time. And I was asking again, Dr. Mbijiwe there, as you can tell, my young person who likes to sit at the feet of wisdom. I was asking him, what's happening in transitions in public service? And the truth is, a lot of the upper echelons of our public service today are transitioning by virtue of retirement. And therefore, there lies in the opportunity to succession plan, to rise to the opportunity when called upon, to distinguish ourselves in service as reliable and capable of continuing this legacy of a well-respected public service. I will appreciate that it doesn't come fast enough as we would prefer. However, as I'm sure most of us have seen, all good things take time. Can we agree on that? Can we agree on that? Okay. I want to conclude by speaking about collaboration. I don't know if any of you looked at me when I came in, but my neighbor over there is a deputy ambassador for Italy, and I took the time to take her number just as we had come in. I met her today for the first time. The National Youth Council is consistently looking for partners. That's why we're in this conversation here. But it's beyond partnership. It's also about collaboration. KSG, a 100-year-old institution, found it fit to collaborate with the National Youth Council, established in 2009, and the Institute of Human Resource. What example am I giving here? The point of this forum is not just to learn and to speak, it's also to build community and networks. Yes, it is true. Some of you in this room will become cabinet secretaries, potentially even president of this republic. Believe you me, it is remarkably useful when you can pick up your phone and speak to a friend. We have the advantage of time. The runaway is long, believe me when I say. If we begin now to build friendships and allyships, it will make life so much easier. So please take advantage of this platform. Meet your colleague around the room, find out what their ministry does, How can you collaborate? How can you build partnerships, and what can you do with it? As I conclude, I want to share a small personal story. I joined the public service August of 2019. I joined the Parliamentary Service Commission, of 2014. And if you asked my then boss, who's now the clerk of the Senate, he will tell you that after about a year and something in, I went to him and I said, you know, this promotion isn't coming fast enough. We're not digitizing fast enough. I think we need to move at AI speed. Little did I know that 10 years later, I would be standing here. I could never have imagined the adventures that the public service would take me on to this path. And I would have thought, you know, I'm a lawyer by craft, so I would have thought that maybe I'll go into practice and other things. But the wisdom, the time, the wisdom, and the commitment, every opportunity I've been given, I've stepped up. Sometimes I have failed miserably and in public. Other times I have succeeded. But the one thing that has been constant is the wisdom of those that have gone before me. They have given me grace, they have advised, they have channeled. I have seen that there is a benefit in the wisdom of experience and the energy of the youth. When we have time on the sidelines, I'm happy to share the very embarrassing things that have happened to me along this road. But I share that story as encouragement. Not that we will all be CEO, but we will all reach our potential. Whatever that looks like for you, whatever that means for you, it is absolutely possible. I want to conclude there by inviting you again to collaborate and to speak to each other and to connect with the National Youth Council at NYC_Youth Voice. I am here, I will be joining you. Let us talk to each other, and thank you very much.
Asante sana. Let's appreciate our youngest CEO, Moja. Thank you so much. Let me also recognize the presence of CEO ICSK. You can just come and say hello. Kama ni kusalimia, karibu sana CEO.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon or morning? My name is FCS Jeremiah Karaja, CEO Institute of Certified Secretaries. And for those who are still wondering what FCS means, is Fellow Certified Secretary. The Institute of Certified Secretaries is a professional membership association created under an Act of Parliament, Cap 534 of the laws of Kenya, under the National Treasury. We deal with matters governance, and I know we sponsored quite a number of young people here, I think around 15 of them. May I see by a show of hands if you are here, courtesy of ICS? Yes, good, thank you. We sponsored a number of young people to attend this conference because to us, governance, and especially when young people understand and appreciate matters governance, that is very critical. DG, sometimes back we went, I think last year, we went to University of Nairobi and we are just doing some survey. And we asked a few students what you'd want to do. Most of them said procurement and all that. So we asked some, what about governance? And one of them told us, governance ni ya wazee. Nyinyi mulikula wakati wenu, sasa ni wakati wetu kwanza tukule kabla tufikirie mambo ya governance and ethics. But I'm delighted that majority of you here, that is not your mentality, and we welcome you to join the Institute. The registration desk there, we have a table. You can be told more about the profession. I'm also a member of IHRM and my CEO is here. And I'm a member of Muhasibu and my CEO is, CEO Muhasibu is here. So I can see, and I'm a member of LSK, but I cannot see the CEO LSK here. So that is also to challenge you as a young person, because we are almost in the same, most of you, we are almost the same age with you. You can do multiple things. In the CEO platform, which we share with most of the CEOs here, I know sometimes they say I'm among the youngest CEO. That's not totally true. Sometimes looks are deceiving. But among the things that, and I'm saying this just a challenge to most of us, is as you look at growing your career, look also at self-improvement. So last week, I had an opportunity, although I was a lawyer, but I was not an advocate. So last week I was admitted to the bar. Can you clap for me? But during my admission, I also decided to launch 3 books. And that forms 5 of the books that I have so far written. So now, the reason I'm saying this is sometimes when I'm dealing, because I interact a lot with young people, and they keep on telling you about time. And I always wonder if I'm able to write 5 books, and I'm a CEO, and all those other things I've told you. Now, for you, just a small piece of whatever work you have been given and you are unable to do, and you are claiming the issue is time. There are people who have more time than the rest. The issue is you create time. I don't want to go beyond that. Thank you. I see you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our CEO, Moja. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Now, let me invite one of our super CEOs in Kenya, Madam Kuresha Ahmed, who is the CEO of Institute of Human Resource Management, also to greet you and make a brief remarks. Let's appreciate.
Thank you, Prof. Allow me to ride on the protocols already set. Good morning, everyone. I was told there are more than 400 people in this room, and I didn't feel the energy. Good morning, everyone, once again. It is indeed a beautiful day. I am Kuresha Abdullahi, the Executive Director of the Institute of Human Resource Management. We are the body that regulates HR professionals in Kenya, but also build competence. And apart from regulating and building competence, we are very keen on how our workforce and workplaces are evolving. And if the policies we currently have, the acts we have, managed by different institutions in government, is up to speed with what we are witnessing in this country. You are the chosen ones today who will be part of this conversation. Our chief guest, we are having a workplace whereby we have more than 5 generations together. But that's something that we should consider as a blessing in public service today. And what that means is that I will not even say what worked 10 years ago. What worked today will not work today. That's how fast we are becoming agile and innovative. And in this conference, we need to embrace each other. That is the first thing that we need to appreciate. And as we have this conversation, it's also important to note we are not fighting to replace each other, but to think about how to rise together. As Professor Nura said, as you come to the system, we want you guys to look back sometimes and say, Professor Nura and Kuresha were here sometimes, and I think they will add value to all of us. And I want to urge everyone, because the issues that the youth face is the same thing that the gender I represent and the community I represent suffer from: lack of inclusion. And what that means is that when the rest have to work hard, you must work extra hard. And in this journey, as a CEO, I transitioned from the development sector, by the way, where I worked for 15 years, and I wanted to get an experience in the public sector. And I'm glad Dr. Binjua is here. I will been a pastoralist and now you got a leadership position, I wanted everything to work for me and my community. And the first thing I did when I came to the IHRM was, I said, there's no way anyone is going to disturb my peace anymore, that every Saturday I have to go to Isili to actually send parcels of membership cards to my people from Mandera, Garissa, and Wajir. And I said, we must digitize so that they're able to access. Sometimes when you have the mantle, you have to use it in a positively selfish way that saves me my peace of mind, but also helps the institution digitalize. Why am I sharing that story with you? In your current space, I'm sure each one of you are given assignments, but you also know there is a way that I can do it and make sure it gets to my supervisor in good time. Then why not innovate and send it instead of asking? Sometimes I heard the young man from Utali say that we need to be listened to, our ideas considered. In this journey, I've realized there is a difference between listening and hearing. And I want to talk to my fellow, the Athad. Mushaambiwa over 70% are the youth. So for the rest of us in the Athad, please listen. Don't just say, I have heard you. So now I want to give you a secret. The next time someone tells you, I've heard you, ujue imeingia na hapa na ikatoka on the other side. So please keep on pushing. We've said the public sector have evolved. When I hear people talk about, Gen Zs, millennials, this is how they want to do things. There are people who came before us who fought for this space. Whether it was for independence, whether it was post-independence, and whether it was even the current constitution that allowed people like Kuresha and the rest of you to dream, and Gloria to aim to become a CEO, it was through the constitution, that inclusivity. So I want to tell you that the Gen Z, the millennials, and all that, those are just scientific connotations. And if you ask His Excellency Governor Orengo, he will tell you how many times he was on the streets, how many times he was hit. What makes it different from what we've seen the current generation doing? It's just that now they have seen there are different ways to work and they want to push for it. So there is nothing actually new about it. But one thing that makes me sad is the level of entitlement I see with our youth. Sometimes, while we say that you want to be a leader and all that, you must earn. And don't wonder the person in that space, because I'm also a very senior HR professional and a governance expert, whereby if you're not intentional with what you want to do, and when Gloria tells you network, it's about, by now you must have scanned the room. You've heard how many institutions are here. If you had a dream to join NUPEA, there is someone in this room you can speak to and have you in mind, and even share your CV. If you wanted to join RBA, we have someone who is here who can guide you. Don't underestimate their age. By the way, when you look at the hierarchies of power, it's not those who are in leadership who can influence you. So let's not just be the ones who want to demand for opportunities, but create that ecosystem that those opportunities can actually present itself, that we have innovated and expanded the space. Our youth bulge, it's actually a blessing. And I want everyone to look at it from that point of view. The over 70% of the youth, everyone has a different idea. But for the public sector, you have an upper hand in the space you are in right now, that you can actually come up with an innovation that can benefit the rest of us. You are seeing here, when the uprising of the Gen Zs was at its highest, is when people talked about we need to have intergenerational conversation. But who was very deliberate and smart enough to run with it? The youth at the KSG. Please clap for them. So sometimes you have to take those space and make sure that it's you. And as I actually approach my conclusion, recently I attended a leadership conference dubbed the Africa's High Road Leadership. It was graced by John Maxwell. And the things that he said, that when I left that room, even me as a leader, I felt it resonated with me in this space of the public sector. It also helped me realize where I'm failing each one of you, that I need to do better as a leader and be deliberate in investing in you. And he used a word. He said, we have very high hopes, but very low habits to achieve that. You know, if we do not take care of our ethics, our integrity, and how we want the governance structures to work around us, then it's easy to talk about it. And Professor said here, you know, when you say there is a problem here, please don't just come up with a problem. By the time you're approaching that person who can do something about it, you must have the solution for it. Because remember, it is your interest that you want this problem solved. So my advice to everyone in this room today is, when you have that problem and you want to highlight it, please make sure you also suggest the solutions for it. In this room again, we have the seniors. Please be intentional, have conversation with our youth. Right now, they need our guidance. We need to restore public sector. And I will tell you, as someone who was told you will not survive in the public sector, I have proven everyone wrong that I will survive, and I'm in my 5th year currently, but also influence the change I want to see, that when I exit, it's going to be to my advantage. So in your little space you are, what is that one thing you're trying to influence in the corridors? If you have an opportunity in the boardroom that you know you need to give back, and then for the seniors, we all have kids. If you do not nurture the young ones in your departments now, who do you expect will do that for your kids? You will only get back what you give. And I know I have seen many of my seniors from the profession, the HR, this team, and by the way, I know there are many professionals here, but there is one thing that nobody can dispute. HR is the foundation of any institution, because we are responsible from hire to retire. I know my HR head is here. Madam Jane, if you can just stand. So Jane, I want you, I think I need glasses, I can't see you, but I want you to be very deliberate, have the conversation, and any other person who thinks he can influence, whether it's on artificial intelligence. Myself right now, I'm on a journey of becoming an expert in AI. You know, AI existed since 60, but now it's evolving so fast that what worked yesterday is not working today. We're in an era whereby what I am experimenting right now is going to change how we hold conferences in the next 6 months. That I will be present here, you will be listening to me while I'm also doing something else somewhere else. That's how fast AI is actually revolutionizing around us. The public sector should not be left behind. I know public service is here. I know the State Department, where my institution falls under, is here. And Interior is here. Something that Interior and the public service have in common is that the discipline of the workforce we have right now. But again, I feel like we are not intentional in coming up with a flexibility policy. And that is something we must fast track if we want to get the best out of these young people, whereby he can come to the office for 4 hours, they go and do everything else they need to do, and then start engaging you between 10 p.m. to 12 p.m. Karanja here told us, if he can do all that, what is it that we cannot do? Finally, food for thought. We have 24 hours. We work for 8 hours, sleep for 8 hours. What do we do with the rest of the 8 hours? Do that math, and you will be able to write the books you want to write and transform the workplaces you want to do. Never try to fit in. Be deliberate and work. And finally, just for love, I'm sure every lady in this room is carrying a bag. Every time I try to carry a handbag, my team here will tell you I forget because I'm not used to it. Okay? I'm a pastoral community, we travel light, so I was telling people, how will I run when I'm attacked by lions and hyenas if I'm always carrying a bag? But when I was told, now you are an executive, try and carry, I think more than 5 times I left it where I was seated, and I said, that's not meant for me, let me stop to fit in. So please, don't try to fit in, but respect the policies that are in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Director, the CEO Kuresha. She not only survived in the public service, but she also made a difference. And that is important. Again, one of the critical things that came out from the presentation, before I invite the next speaker, from both Gloria and herself, and also CEO Karanja, is that let us stop complaining, but also start co-creating. There's this car model called BMW. Please don't be BMWs in the public service. Like blame, mourn, and whine. You know, you report very early in the morning, you blame everybody, you mourn, you whine. Don't be BMWs. Please just add value wherever you are. And that is basically what the CEOs are saying. It is therefore my pleasure now to invite Deputy Ambassador of Italy, Madame Lorenza Maria, to also greet you. With Italy, we are having a collaboration with the Italy government and the Italy, Cooperation Agency, which is spearheading as a deputy ambassador, and we are having various programs here. So let me please appreciate by welcoming Ambassador here.
Thank you. Buon pomeriggio. What do we say in Italian? To say good afternoon. So at least you have learned a new word today. Thank you for the invitation, Professor Noura. I hope you have invited me because I am young and not because of my title. So I would like just to be brief, as say all protocol observed, because we are already at the end almost of the welcoming remarks. As you have said, Professor, we have just signed last year MOU between our School of Government and the School of Government of Kenya, because we consider that training, especially for the officials, is really important if we really want to drive a change from the public administration service. When we think about the public administration, we need to consider that we are talking about people. And these people can really bring a change because it's a change of approach, it's a change of procedure. administration is famous all around the world to have so much bureaucracy. So I always think that when you have young people joining your office in whatever position, is good because you will have an external point of view on the procedure that you maybe have implemented for years and you are not really willing to change, because the typical sentence that you hear in an office is always, but it was done like this since ages. So to bring change in public administration is not easy, especially if you don't invest in training. So training opportunities is the key difference. And this is a difference also in terms of intergenerational dialogue, because we had always, let's say, clashes or moment of crisis among generation, but we need to see that actually now the gap between the generation is much bigger also because of technology. So technology on one side is helping us reach in many things, but on the other side is also, let's say, create more gap among generation, because already the millennials are old people compared to the, for example, Gen Z. So every generation that is coming will bring so much difference to just the previous one. We are not talking about the generation of our grandparents. We are talking about the previous generation. So in this sense, I really commend the School of Government, because dialogue is really important, but need to be on the two sides of the table. So from one side, yes, young people, they need to be trained, but also they need to be open and empowered to generate this change. At the same time, we need to work also on the directors and the old generation and the leadership, because they need to be more open to listen at what the young generation can bring in every office. So I guess this will be part also of the program that the School of Government for Italy and the National School for Government and the School of Government for Kenya will also implement in the next month. It will be a training session, online and physical, so there will be exchange of people, there will be exchange of practices, and also because, as I said, to update our procedure, to update and be in line with what the people that we serve, because all of us are public service servants, so we need to deliver to the people that are also paying our salary. So thank you so much for the invitation, and I wish you all the best in your career. It's tough, but I'm sure you will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Ambassador Italy, for that wonderful remarks. Now, it is in my honor here to invite Madam Beverly Opora. Madam Beverly Opora, she is very young, but with experience, she has over 30 years of experience, but she's very young. And in the public service, let me tell you, if you talk of public service, refer to her, because she has, very rich experience in the public service. She has worked with the Ministry of Interior for as long as I remember. She will explain to you that. Currently, she is the Principal Administrative Secretary, National Administration. In a simple term, she's the Deputy Principal Secretary. Of course, there's no such title in the public service. But if you want to get to understand what passes, she's the Deputy PS in the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, currently Principal Administrative Secretary, National Administration. Please join me in welcoming Madam Opora to make her remarks.
A round of applause for Prof. Probably, is there a DJ in the house? Probably just stand up a bit. I think we've been seated for quite some time, isn't it? Just stretch a bit. Is that okay? I thought that was, yeah, stretch a bit. The DJ, to the left, to the right, to the front. You know you have no public opinions, so you can go as far to the back. And kindly take a seat as we give a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, it's back, thank you. Let's give a round of applause to our CEO, our DG, Kenya School of Government. Our DG, Kenya School of Government, and with special recognition to the president of PSYA and your entire fraternity. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have been already established and say good morning. Hamjambo. Tunawalomboto. First and foremost, my name is Beverly Opora. I'm the Principal Administrative Secretary in the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration. And I'm here to represent Dr. Raymond Omolo, our Principal Secretary, who had been invited here to give an address. But before I do that, it's always tempting, you know, like when a pastor sees a congregation, he's tempted to preach. And also from the words of the DG, seeing young colleagues in the house, I'm tempted to give a few remarks before I deliver the remarks by our Principal Secretary. And before my remarks, allow me also to congratulate the Kenya School of Government fraternity for celebrating 100 years. But I was whispering to Dr. Mbijiwa and saying, those 100 years, the National Government Administration has a major stake because this was our institution. It was the Kenya Institute of Administration. So we take pride in being stakeholders of this very esteemed institution, and we hope that as part of your activities to celebrate these 100 years, the National Government Administration will be part of the same. Now, public service. Public service, it is a constitutional requirement that we render services to members of the public. Once a government is in place, it has a responsibility to manage the welfare of the public, and that is done through public service. As young officers, I would like to urge you to always embrace the policy and legal framework that governs service delivery. That's the entry of success in public service. Now, in the in the year 2003, the government of Kenya embraced performance management, or rather what we call results-based management. And therefore, we set targets and we measure our performance, and that is what ensures delivery. When we were walking in, one of the speakers was talking about the senior officers within institutions not listening to the young officers. But Dr. Mijiwe, I think the structure of government, the architecture within government, has the necessary outfits that can, one, bridge the gap between the senior officers and the junior officers, but also make a deliberate effort in ensuring that we listen to the officers. And just like Dr. Nura, I find my work very easy as a senior officer within the State Department because of the innovations that the young people actually bring to the table. Therefore, through the mechanism that we have in place at our places of work, I think we can promote the agenda of this conference through what we have. Also, as it has been envisaged and in the spirit of this conference, indeed, innovation, mentorship, coaching, discipline, and conduct are very core. And like other speakers have reiterated, we need to find an avenue or a point where the older or us, the old young, can now be able to meet together so that we can be able to have these very, very important aspects put in place. I am here today with those number of years of experience because somebody mentored me, somebody coached me. But more critical for us, the young in the house, we must be ready to be led, to be coached, and most important for the older generation, we must be ready to listen so that we can bring the two voices to the table. Now there is time to attach and to detach as young officers. We are the carriers of loyalty, and we are the carriers of patriotism. We know at this age there are very many challenges that you go through, but again, we must be able to adhere to what leads to success in public service. And also, Dr. Mbinjiwe, I think it's important for us to charge our colleagues in this room here today to take center stage in ensuring that the national values and principles of public service are not only adhered to, but we carry them along. And finally, public service, from my experience, has been family. Let us make it real by putting together experience and innovation as envisaged by this conference. Allow me, therefore, to deliver the keynote address by Dr. Raymond Omolo during the opening ceremony of our Intergeneration Dialogue Conference today at the Kenya School of Government on the 26th of November, 2025. Riding on the established protocols, we reiterate that the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration acknowledges the invitation to be part of this very critical conversation on a topic whose timing is not only ripe, but it is critical in harnessing experience and innovation for public service sustainability. As a State Department, we deem this a privilege to be part of this conversation. And just to mention why we deem it critical is because when you look at the functions of the State Department, we are bestowed with the responsibility to coordinate all government business within the counties and at the headquarters. We disseminate government policies. We mobilize the public towards service delivery and participation in public policies, programs, and projects. And we also make sure that we monitor the progress of projects and programs within the country with a view to have effective and efficient service delivery. Therefore, the organizers of this very important conference deemed it fit that we have a critical role to play in strengthening governance, promoting national cohesion, and driving institutional resilience. Ladies and gentlemen and dear colleagues, we are gathered here to reflect on our past, to review the present, and also envision the future, a future that we must all confront with the experience of our forebearers, the courage, confidence, and innovations of our time, and a conscious undertaking informed of the needs of those coming after us. It must be reiterated that at every epoch of a person's time on earth exists a mixture of generations, each with its own peculiar viewpoints on what life should entail. The success or failure of each epoch is dependent on how the cocktails of generations strike a balance to allow for coexistence of multiple viewpoints, while at the same time translating challenges to opportunities. This indeed is a must-do assignment for all of us. Leaders and managers are elected, nominated, or appointed to public office in society. And here we are taught that leaders actually even emerge. At every generation, it's a must and of necessity to provide equilibrium and provide solutions to prevailing societal needs. And we must remember that for any public service, the public and the communities have expectations on service delivery. We must therefore craft policy, and if not, shape it, and if tasked, implement policy frameworks that resonate with the wants of this generation and the future generations too. The process calls for a back and forth synthesis, a meta-analysis, and a focused strategic horizon scanning. We are here as leaders and managers representing our various constituents and various generations, and therefore we must never sulk from this once-in-a-lifetime task. Ladies and gentlemen, the intergenerational diversity in the current public service should offer an equivalent of what the late His Excellency Kwame Nkrumah referred to as conscientism, a merger of the best from each of the generations for the betterment of society. From the baby boomers, those that were born in 1965 to 1946 to 65, who have a strong work ethic, optimism, and social reform, to Generation X of 1965 to 1980, with resourcefulness, independence, and pragmatism, to the millennials of 1981 and 1996, with their work-life balance, flexibility, and innovation. And lastly, of course, to the new kids on the block, the Gen Zs, 1997 to 2012, and the hyper-connectedness and the social consciousness the public service has all that is required to deliver. It must also not be lost to those in positions of responsibility that service seekers extend beyond generations, backwards to remnants of the greatest generation, that is 1901 to 1927, and a sizable population of the silent generation, that is of 1928 to 1945, and on the other end of the spectrum are the Gen Alpha of 2013 to 2024, and Gen Beta of 2025 going to 2039. We have to recall the challenges of humanity, that they remain at the core and are basically the same, from physical needs, psychological needs, spiritual and economic needs. These keep revolving and manifest themselves in these aspects. The first is environmental concerns that include climate change, resource depletion, and pollution. The second is social problems such as poverty, inequality, and conflict. The third is health crisis in form of novel diseases, epidemics, and pandemic. And finally, challenges that are related to technological advancement and governance that include ensuring that AI benefits everyone and addresses transnational cyber insecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, the question of morality and ethics must not be lost of sight. While some believe that moral and ethical perspectives are personal and keep shifting, some find stability in revolution. Whether from consequentialism approach or deontological perspectives, or even virtue-based approach matters, morality will never escape our attention. The intergenerational discourse in public service will never be over without a look at perspectives of service delivery. The discourse of effectiveness for its own sake and efficiency as an end to itself in the background of time, presence, and appearance keep getting new dimensions. The future remains a rush in time to get a balance between people's needs, corporate profits, and a care for the planet to bequeath those coming after us. The envisioned future, as outlined in the Global Sustainable Development Goals, the African Agenda 2063 and our Vision 2030, and similar socio-economic blueprints require strengthened governance systems, national cohesion, and a resilient population. Ladies and gentlemen, there comes a time for exiting generations not to give up on mentorship in readiness for handover. Those exiting the stage must do at the right time, while the incoming groups must circumspectively review the ground covered and chart new horizons. It is also about horizon scanning and risk scanning. It is also about building synergies across board. And I was just sharing with Dr. Mbijiwe and the CEO, IHRM, that when you look at the military, and now the National Police is embracing the same, they have veterans actually being utilized even after exiting. Probably from this conference, we need to think about how to utilize the exiting veterans from public service and the role that they can play in terms of buttressing service delivery across the board. Ladies and gentlemen, we must continue having these engagements and, if possible, cascade the same to other parts of the country. It is our prayer that at the end of this workshop and conference, we are gearing towards a public service in Kenya that not only exhibits a conglomeration of generations across, but positions us as public service to not only render services effectively and efficiently, but take center stage in ensuring we play our role in Africa's sustainable development. It is our expectation as a State Department that at the end of this conference, we will share the closure and what emanates from this conference for our action by our accounting officer, our principal secretary. With those very many remarks, I wish you fruitful deliberations, and once again, appreciate the opportunity to be part of this conference. And at personal level, if you think Madam Opora can mentor and coach you, I'm ready and take the challenge. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Madam Beverly Opora, Principal Administrative Secretary, National Administration. We really appreciate. So we have one of our senior government officials who have volunteered to mentor some of you so that then you can proceed. Finally, now we are coming to the end of the speeches, so that after this, we'll have a cup of tea, and then we'll come back because we'll have a late lunch. That is part of mentorship. So again, we'll have late lunch about 2 p.m., 2:30. But then immediately after this, we'll go for a group photo, and then we'll take a cup of tea. Therefore, it's my pleasure now to invite our chief guest representing our Cabinet Secretary and also PS, Dr. Mbijiwe, who is also a Principal Administrative Secretary, State Department for Public Service, Human Capital Development, to now make his remarks. Karibu, Doc.
Thank you, DG, KSG, Professor Nura. I see the youngest CU has stepped out, Gloria Wawira of National Youth Council, Deputy Ambassador of Italy, Lorenza Maria, the Executive Director, my institute, the Institute of Human Resource Management, Madam Kuresha. Are you Hamed or Abdullahi? Abdullahi. I thought so, but I heard somebody say Kuresha Hamed. The Secretary, the Principal Secretary, National Administration, and a long-time colleague, Madam Beverly Opora. We met the first time with Madam Opora here. That was the year 2012, May, when we were doing the, 2012? Yes, 2012. In May, when we were doing the Senior Leadership Development Program. Yeah, 2011. She was the president of our class. Yes, leaders are seen from far. The CEO, ICS Bwana Jeremiah Karanja, I've had a chance of attending a number of his sessions. Very, very strong in terms of delivery, and I want to believe that to make advance, you take chance to get something from him. Very challenging. Launching 3 books at a go. I don't want to ask how many years it took. Maybe it took months, maybe days. It's something we need to pick. What have we ever written? Especially these days with the generation of the mobile phone. When I grew up, at least we wrote letters. We wrote wonderful letters to girlfriends, to friends, to parents, to everybody. These days, what do we write? Actually, I'm not even able to understand when my daughter writes me an SMS because it's full of things that I don't know what they mean. Yeah, emojis, adult. Aha. Having recognized this group here, I want to say that I recognize my seniors. I've seen some of them amongst you, among this generation, and I know how lonely you feel. But you can make an impact. Change 1 or 2, mentor 1 or 2. Finally, I want to give the apologies of my PS, Dr. Jane Kelly Mbunya, who is out of Nairobi for official duties, and the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Public Service, Human Capital Development, and Special Programs, Honorable Geoffrey Kiringaruku, who is also out of Nairobi on very official functions. But I want to tell you that they would have wished to be with you. That's why they appear in the program. But because of the call of duty, they had to run, and that's why I'm here. Accept their apologies and their best wishes for this program. Before I read the written words, maybe I would like to, make a few remarks. The first is, now that I realize we have youthful public officers here, maybe I will not be wrong to take you through a few ones of what we do as a Ministry of Public Service, Human Capital Development, and Special Programs. I'll talk specifically for the State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development. Special Programs, I may not know much of what they do. But one thing that we do is assist ministries in what is called organization structures and career guidelines. That falls under our state departments. Any reviews that need to be done in our organizations, we give assistance to all government institutions. What it means is that we house the consultancy services of government. We also do what is called the public service reforms, or rather advice for public service reforms. Any changes that need to be done in government, in most cases will generate from our hand. We have program officers whose responsibility is to sniff around and pick what you think should be reformed. From here, I picked a number of things. When I sat with Madam Dolenza, the first thing she asked me is, why is it that we have civil servants or public officers in Kenya who stick in one ministry first day to the last day? I don't know what answer you give to that, but it happens. Yes, we have an engineer in roads who started there, And we retire? Yes, we retire as an engineer of roads, and I was asking, where else do you want them to go? If it's a roads engineer, where else will he go? But I think it is time we started breaking those barriers. It is the barriers that we have that make him not even move to Ministry of Housing or Ministry of Transport. If he's a civil engineer, he can even move to Ministry of Water. It is the institutional structures that we put that are so rigid that they put you in that ministry. We have an agricultural officer who is stuck in Ministry of Agriculture. Why can't they move to such institution somewhere? Why can't they move to livestock? Why they can move to other, to even environment? Because there's a lot of environment in agriculture. Or there's a lot of agriculture environment. So I've picked that. That's an area that we need to be thinking of reforming. And I say that having started from education. And I know what I felt. I was a very passionate teacher. I taught high school, rose to a level of being a principal of an high school. And I thought that somehow I had not exhausted my potential. When I became a principal at 39 years, 39 years. And I was wondering, now what else is left? Being a school principal, you have hit the ceiling. And that's when I started looking out. Madam Opora has just commented that you look more fulfilled here than when you're in education. And I told her that is very true. So I can imagine this person stuck in one area all through. And I want to tell you that, Madam Lorenzo, you have picked that. This is a reform we need to bring. This is a reform that we need to bring to service. You don't have to stick in an area. You know, these days, because of the lack of job opportunities that we have in this country, any slight opportunity that you get, you jump in. You don't care what will happen. Unasema wengine tutapatana mbele. True or false? Am I speaking to somebody? Yes. The most chance you get, unaingia ndani, wacha nijaribu ku. So unless we are ready to change, unless we are ready to allow people to redesignate from one area to another, we might have very, very discontented officers coming to office, and at the end of the day, they are leaving, but the heart is not there. I want to tell you that we pull you along. We'll take you to where you need to go. We are going to break those barriers that fix you in one particular organization. Another of our functions is housing the government payroll. We have a Department of Human Resource Information Services, and their main function is giving you personal numbers and managing the payroll. So that any entry into the civil service especially must come through us. And this is an area which I know is not very popular. So many of you, especially when you take 4 months after appointment, and you've not got your what? Your personal number. Of course, without a personal number means that you are working without pay for those 4 months. Of course, you know you'll be paid in arrears, but how am I surviving these 4 months? And I started here to say that sometimes we carry the blame for everybody else. There are various guidelines. And if these guidelines were not there, I'm sure all of us, especially those of us who have some influence, will bring the entire clan into public service. Those guidelines are supposed to safeguard who comes in and how they come in. And those guidelines maybe state that we need to have the letter that appointed you. We need to have a passport photo of yourself. We need to have your ID. You have to have KRA number. And we also need to know the process that recruited you in. So that when we ask for all these and you keep giving us in bits and pieces, we keep delaying your approval of that personal number. Maybe that's one thing you need to understand, that let's look at those conditions and fulfill them. Of course, I understand there's also the issue of the workload, sometimes that faces that department. We have had very few officers there, but recently, actually January this year, we recruited a huge number, around 20 of them. and I'm sure we'll be seeing faster things. That is also as a result of a wage bid conference which was held last year. And one of the resolutions, actually to be specific, resolution number 6, was to the fact that we need to have the entire government on one payroll. Entire government means even those parastatals who run their payrolls through ERPs, the universities, all those sagas, to get to be in one payroll. And the reason is that, do you believe that we have ghost workers in this country? Do you believe they are there? I didn't until recently. I thought there is none. But I realized they are there. A very obvious case has been where ministers are being appointed today, and a minister goes to his village and says, I want an advisor, somebody who can, and he's told that Professor so-and-so who is teaching in this particular university is a good guy. He picks him, brings him to us, and we give him a personal number. We make him a what? An advisor to the CS. The fellow does not stop his teaching job. Of course, both of them may not be very demanding, so he does both of them, and he's paying for both. We are not able to link the government payroll with the university's payroll, so we continue paying him what? A double salary. That is one form of a ghost. We have many other officers, again, also who come in positions that are not even there. A payroll that is managed within an institution requires a lot of strength, governance principles to be maintained and controlled well. So that sometimes we ask, before we put you in the payroll, we want to know there was a vacancy when you were recruited. So we ask for the approved establishment of that institution. These questions may not be asked if that is being done in some. So this is a way of ensuring that as you come to public service, you are coming to take a position that is already vacant. So because of that, or because of those issues, there is the issue of having one government payroll. Even the fact that we also need to, I don't know, I'm not very sure whether what you have been hearing is true. I don't know whether you believe it or not. But you have heard there are cases where somebody decides that, like I'm clocking to 60 years, and I feel I've not done enough, or you start getting panicky. I go to the system because I have a master password, the user rights, and I change my date of birth. We want, if you do that, where you stay, then that is triggered somewhere else. And somebody at the headquarters will ask you, we've seen some change. Why did you do that? What basis did you have for doing that? These days, there are managers who are doing that within their own institutions, and nobody else can question them because they are the ones with the master password. We need that second eye. I'm saying that because we are calling upon you to be the champions, to be the leaders in those institutions, or to be our push for that particular change, because we are getting a lot of resistance from some institutions. Yes. Some are resisting that move that you need to be put in the same, in one government payroll. Maybe the other factor I need to tell you is that, and what came out from that conference is that we had 2 invited guests. One of them is a controller of budget. What she does is allocate finances for use in the government. And she says that she allocates close to 1 trillion, around 970 billion, to paying of salaries across the entire government. Parastatals, ministries, counties, name them. And the auditor stands at the person presenting the next presentation and says, Madam Controller of Budget, I don't think you are right. Because when I go to audit, what I see is 600 billion. You allocated 900, but what do I see? 600 billion. Where is 300 billion plus? Maybe those are the goals that we're talking about. Yeah, that cannot be traced by the auditor. Either this money was paid through some other unknown ways, or it went in somebody's pocket, or it was diverted to other uses. This is a debate for another day. But as a first step, let's have one system that will control all that. The third bit that we do is a human resource management policies. With Public Service Commission, we look at any reviews, any policies that need to come up. And of course, all those things that you are talking about, the flexible working hours is something we have been looking at. But I want to tell you, in government, we really need to look at so many things before we have that change in a policy position. I know, and I know Kuresh has been very impatient with me. One thing was accepting CHRP, which is a certified human resource professional, as a qualification recognized in promotion of HR officers. How many years? 5 years or so? We had a debate over that. And I'm telling her, we will not do that until we are convinced that the person in Lokchogio is not denied a promotion because of CHRP when he was not given a chance. He cannot be coming to train at the College of Human Resources in Nairobi from Lokchogio. What mechanisms are to ensure that there is a college close to where he is? Are we sure that somebody in Manda Islands can access that course, especially if a course is used for promotion? And a promotion is meaning that you are giving one person a position of benefiting or denying another person. I told her lastly that now we are convinced. And we have allowed it. We are reviewing the career progression guidelines for HR officers. And CHRP is one of them. Those HR officers who are here, and you have not done CHRP, who hand to you? That promotion that you need very fast might be taking ages, because we'll be saying that you need to have what? You need to be a professional. Yes, you need to be a professional. That is not a question among the accountants. It has taken so long in HR. So, flex working hours is something that you are picking. But we also need to ask questions about accountability. Even as you tell us that you are working from home, are you really at home? Are you really working? Yeah, we need to be convinced that when you say you are working from home, you are really doing what? You are working. Of course, we have also legislations, we have policies about why you should be working from 8. And those are things that we need to change. What else does it affect? But I want to tell you that there's a team already working on that. Actually, it's one of our PC targets for this year, to have a policy on flexi working. Yeah, we have it. It is one of our PC targets. Then we have another department called the Human Resource Development. Actually, we call it Human Capital Development today, the name of our new ministry. It derived from that, and that's our main. They're the ones in charge of training of public service. KSG, as much as it's an independent institution, in one way or the other is appended to that department. Yeah, they are part of that department. Because they happen to be our wing, our training wing. This department organizes so many courses, especially out of the country. And I want to say for the last 2 years, we are seeing some bit of life. You know, Donna, what we call the partners in training, JICA, COICA, all these will always want to tell us that we'll train you, give us a program. But we want somebody who is less than 30 years. That has been a challenge. Sometimes we can't trace a number. We want 20. The few who are less than 30 years are raising the family, and they're not ready to go out to Korea for 2 years, to go out to Japan for 2 years or 3 years, because they have a what? But these days, because of the numbers, we have, in the last, I think, 4 or so years, we've really brought in a good number of youthful officers, and the uptake of those courses is doing well. Please take advantage. We announce We announced for those courses, and I find like this year there was even competition. Sometimes it used to be whoever applies just picks it because you are the only one. But now there's a bit of competition, and I won't tell you that take advantage of those courses. Learn what happens in other countries. Yeah. That degree from another country is not only prestigious, but it builds you. You start, you get perception, different perceptions, perspective of this world. And finally, the other department that we have is counseling and wellness services. Counseling and wellness services, psychological counseling. And I want to say that this is one area where we support those who might be in some challenges here and there. Mental health, we are told mental health is your wealth. We don't want to be left behind. We've requested for champions from amongst you, those who will be helping us support those people who may be in need of support. And we are doing well. It's another department that has not been very big, actually. We've always been overwhelmed by numbers, but I think we are now growing. We are growing. We've taken around 20 officers this year, and we still want to pick more. So basically, that is those are the areas that we deal with. Maybe as a thought, yesterday I had a chance of talking to some officers from the executive office of the president. They are going through some induction in Embu. And somebody was asking, you gave a presentation on what is happening in Kenya today and the Kenya of the future. And by the time he was finishing, his question was, is anybody thinking for this country? Is anybody thinking for the future of this country? Who is that person? Gloria is thinking for this country. Are you thinking for it? And he had a very compelling case. Gave a number of cases which really tells you, even those whom we think are thinking for us, they are not thinking for us. They are thinking for themselves. The policies that we are doing, we look at that policy, which has a benefit to me, not a benefit for this country in future. Yes? Silence means you are thinking. Yes? Yes, we need somebody to be thinking for this country. And of course, that tells me about even the research. How much should we allocate as a national government to research these days? Meager resources. How funded are our universities to do that research? Not so much. I don't want to mention names, but you have so many advisors, economic advisors in State House. Actually, that guy mentioned somebody like D. And he told him, no, me, I'm working. I'm not thinking for. And you're thinking that these are fellows who are doing what? Strategic thinkers for this nation. Are they there? If they're not there, you need to take that spot. You are the future of this nation. You need to take that spot. Start thinking of this nation. The other thing which came up yesterday as we were discussing was the issue of the values, the ethos, the standards that we live by. What is the level of our values today? And that one, there was also the issue of nationalism. Where are we in terms of nationalism today? Somebody did some research some years back. These days, kinanani. What do you call these? Opinion. Okay, they do research on opinions of Kenyans. And very unfortunately, they're asking about the youth of this nation. What hurts you most about this country? And many of them what hurts me most is that I don't have a job. So, why do you need a job? It's because I need to be rich. It's because I need to do what? To be rich, or to at least address my needs. Is that why we need a job? None of them saying that they need a job to help service or deliver service in a certain area. All of them, it was a matter of what? My problems, not the problems in society. What happened? When did we lose it? And I was telling them when we went through school, okay, some of us did not quit.
Brief speech from the PS Public Service and Human Capital Development. And she starts, that is a speech by Dr. Jane Karen Bunya, PhD, Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development during the Public Service Intergenerational Dialogue Conference at the Kenya School of Government on 26 November 2025. And she started by giving a quote.
Knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is a premise of progress in every society. Who said that? It's a quote from Kofi Annan. It is my honor to join you during this year's Public Service Intergenerational Dialogue Conference. I don't know whether it's this year, so this is the first. This is the first, yeah. Intergenerational Dialogue Conference convened under the theme, Future Proofing Public Service, Harnessing Experience and Innovation for Public Service Sustainability. This dialogue stands as a strategic platform for aligning our human capital to the evolving demands of governance and service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, today we recognize the unique strength of our public service, rooted in the wisdom of experienced officers and energized by the innovation of our young professionals. The convergence of these generations is not a challenge. It is our greatest opportunity to secure the future of the public service and indeed the future of our nation. As a State Department, we remain committed to reinforcing critical pillars of transformation, structured succession planning, mentorship frameworks, digital upskilling, ethical leadership, and holistic human capital development. These are the foundations upon which we will build a modern, adaptive, and citizen-centric public service. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference, through its panels, plenaries, and targeted breakout sessions, offers a valuable space to interrogate our progress, rethink our approaches, and generate actionable recommendations. I urge our participants to share boldly, listen deeply, and work collaboratively. The insights we develop here will directly inform ongoing reforms that seek to build a capable, resilient, and future-ready workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to appreciate the Kenya School of Government and our partners for the leadership in convening this important engagement. Together, we will continue to nurture a public service that upholds professionalism, integrity, and innovation as our core values. With these remarks, allow me to wish you well, have wonderful deliberations, and at this juncture, I want to declare this public service intergenerational dialogue officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our chief guest representing our peers. Let me seek guidance from, I think, the team that has helped us to convene this, Madam Mumbo.
Okay, thank you very much. We would want to have a group photo. But before we do that, we want to make this very youthful, right? Right? So take your phone, please. We're making this very youthful. Put on selfie mode. Take a selfie with your neighbor. We are making this very youthful. Take a selfie with your neighbor. I'm spotting you guys. I'm spotting you. Take a selfie with your neighbor. Thank you very much. Yes. So now, once we are done taking that selfie, I want us to go to our socials and tell us about the public service you would want. Then use the hashtag Intergenerational Dialogue 2025 or IGDC 2025. The one with the most tweets will get something on Friday. So I'll be looking out for that. Sawa? Sawa, you guys, sawa? Yeah, so it's very amazing to have you guys on board. So we would want to have the photo session, and I'll let Quest take the lead on that.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's take 3 hearty claps for our presenters. Because of time, may I allow all the presenters, our distinguished guests, to just step down? Yes, hapa chini tu. And then photographers wote, wakuje. So Ms. Phyllis will be leading us in terms of how do we reorganize ourselves. Ms. Phyllis is our head of photographer at Kenya School of Government. She specializes in this kind of assignment. You stand that side. Phyllis, just stand facing in front, of course.
Hello. I know it's lunchtime. Tuko na njaa, lakini bado. Let's have everyone standing up first and then tushikane. Wenye wako huu pande? Yes. Wenye wako huu pande na huu pande, please come closer. Let's all come closer. Guys, when you are hapa, we can't see you. Please, from here, please let's come here. Even that side, please let's come closer to each other. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your lunch.
Let's have tea for 30 minutes. We come back. Lunch will be exactly at 2:30. So the president of the committee, make sure we are here in 30 minutes.
Thank you so much for being here in good time. Thank you so much. I'm inviting us for the second session. For those of us who are outside, please, let's get in. I know we want to bask a little bit, but we are here for 3 days. Bask. So please join in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ni wewe umebaki nje peke yako, imagine. Thank you so much. It's okay. I can see you are networking, you are collaborating. Let's continue that after, please. Ingia to board huku ndani. Actually, my number is 0707. It's okay. You can do that inside here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello guys, so we want to do a very short plenary, give or take very little, maybe 30 minutes. So if you guys could we could come back and then we get done and then go for lunch so that we don't waste any more time. Yeah. All right. We are going to have the plenary session. We will be joined by CEO Karanja of ICSK and the National Youth Council CEO as well. If you look at the program, you will see something about succession and career mobility in public service. So we want to do that as early as possible. I am also told there are individuals that have missed tea. Apologies for that. We were expecting a specific number, and I think we overdid ourselves with regards to the numbers. But rest assured, lunch is estimated for everybody. So we genuinely apologize for that. I think we underestimated the crowd. Yeah. So for the sake of time, I will just briefly discuss or briefly walk over what the title of the plenary session was supposed to address. So many of us, majority of the group in this hall, are individuals who are employed in the public service. First and foremost, I would like to warn us a bit about referring to government in third person. Everybody here who is employed by government is government, and the more we point at a figure that is not existing, the more we lose our agency, and the less problem-solving power we get to have over a problem. So when we talk about the government is doing this, the government is doing that, please realize that the people who are in this hall are the government. Unless you know any other government, you know. And I know sometimes you can get confused also by the mix-up of politics and other things, but primarily when it comes to career management, succession, career mobility, we can be able to, in and of ourselves, provide solutions. So think of succession and mobility, career mobility, as we proceed with this plenary. As I said, I want it to be short because I want to respect your time, and I also want to respect the appetite of those who have not had the opportunity to have tea. As we proceed, one of the things that really came to the forefront during the previous conversation in December 2024 was an aspect of succession and passing the baton. And we were feeling that, or rather the room felt that, we need succession management that is inclusive, that wants to expand our development, that is interested in giving us these courses, like for example, you've had CHRP, it's not cheap. I don't know if there are any HR people here in this room. They know it is not cheap. These professional courses, the CPD courses and all these memberships, they are not exactly cheap. And you also know that there are some courses in government that are usually meant for, promotion. So you'll have Akina SMCs and the SLDPs and so on and so forth. So in order for us to be able to vouch for ourselves in these kind of rooms, we need to have strategic conversations. And when we talk about succession, we want to talk about how is succession planning inclusive of young people. When you look at your career, when you look at your career, what is your ambition when it comes to moving up the ladder, or at the very least, moving vertically? You know, there is upward mobility and there is, you can go horizontally. moving from one scale to another. So we need to be strategic about that. So how is succession planning inclusive and a future-proof process that values emerging talent and institutional continuity? So this roundtable is going to invite an honest reflection from across generations, from entry-level officers to senior executives, to imagine practical pathways for career sustainability in the public service. I know you're all aware that the public service is quickly aging. There was somebody who was talking about vouching for temporary contracts vis-a-vis permanent and pensionable. Let me tell you something. With every temporary contract, there is, especially if it's 3 years and above, there is an aspect of gratuity, and sometimes that can be even more expensive than this other route. So think about it in a way that, in context, what can your institution really afford? Remember, even employing people is an expensive, it is an expensive endeavor. So will you keep having to have recruitment cost over and over again over a specific turnover period? I am not necessarily supporting PNP, but I'm just asking us to think about certain realities. So we're going to talk about skills and talent development, number one. That is preparing this generation that is sat here, together with the senior execs that are here, through intentional upskilling and cross-functional exposure. You have heard what the representative of the PS was talking about. You can be in one place and you stay there, until Christ come. Is it possible for us to exchange? It could be possible. It could be one way of us creatively proposing one of those solutions. We're going to talk about involvement and representation, which is ensuring young professionals have a seat at decision-making tables, not just in the audience. And of course, when you're given these seats, you have to provide a certain level of competency, not just tokenism because you are young. And then also we're going to look at what HR instruments and procedures, perhaps they could be inhibitive. We're going to look at career pathways across levels, mentorship as a catalyst, and inhibitive practices and technology. So with me at this panel, you've already met CEO Jeremiah Karanja, who is the CEO of the Institute of Certified Secretaries of Kenya. And we have one of the members of the executive committee. She is called Mumbua Chalo. She's an advisor to the committee. I would like to start off with a few questions. The mics are here, and I think they're functional. So as I ask, I will also give you the opportunity to ask questions as we proceed, so that we can be able to, yes, working. So. Let me just be able to get my notes for this session. Right. So the first question, I think, would go to Mumbua, first and foremost. What attracted you to serve in the public service?
Thank you very much, Charity. One of the reasons I was attracted to the public service is the urge and the calling to serve my country. I'm very passionate about public service, and that's something you guys say, because I believe it's called public service for a reason. We are here to serve, and that should be our main goal, to serve the citizens of the Republic of Kenya. So that's what attracted me to public service, to make a change, make an impact, get a seat at the decision-making tables, and actually be heard and listened to. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think the shared across the room. For me, it was more about the stability. And I think I can be honest with that, yeah? Thank you. For CEO, when you joined the service, I don't know how far back that could be, what did career mobility look like at your time? Because I think as we are facing a specific type of stagnation, that we would like to learn lessons from your generation.
Thank you. I think it has not changed much. governments all over the world don't change much because of the very nature of government is a bureaucracy. And sometimes people complain and say, no, there is a lot of bureaucracy here. Actually, that term by itself defines government. You cannot define government without using the term bureaucracy. My first degree was in public service, public administration and political science. And when you are defining government, the term bureaucracy must be in there. So next time, don't complain that there is a lot of bureaucracy. If you remove bureaucracy, then you don't have a government. And that is a very big difference between government and the private sector, where I have also worked. Because in the private sector, it's about the end justifies the mean. So it doesn't matter which route you pass. If the target is to hit 50 million this month, that is very clear. Have you met 50 million or not? If you haven't, don't give me many stories. You have not met your target. In government, you can hit 100 million, but you still find yourself in prison because the issue is not that you met the target, but is also how did you meet the target. So the issue of the procedure is very important in public service. Most of you recall Martha Koome during her rule in the Chief Justice, it's not the current, it's the previous Chief Justice, the 2017 election. And the whole issue around what made the Presidential Election Council, it was not about the votes, who won or never won. The Supreme Court was very clear that the process is just as important as the results. And therefore, what you're asking is not any different from what has always been there. And I know Mr. Bijiwe has also promised a number of breaking some of those barriers. I'm not giving you bad news. I'm only telling you the truth. It will not be that easy. I know government there will be reforms, and part of those will try to be changed here and there, but the structure itself will not be that easy because of the very many procedures. And the reason is, if you remove some of those procedures, being public service, people will find ways of abusing. And the reason why I say this is because in the next, as we proceed, then I'll be focusing on, don't wait a lot for government to change. It's actually you to change. And I think that is what is more important, because there is very little you can do about government, but there is a lot that you can do about yourself. Thank you.
Do you guys agree? I think he has made a very valid point. There are some things we cannot necessarily overlook or change very quickly. I know we are a microwave generation, and perhaps we might want things tomorrow. But I think it's very important for us to focus on what he has said. How can we necessarily change when it comes to then correcting the problems that we are facing? When we are talking about succession, most of the time we talk about, and people don't know this, we talk about leadership. Because there is no way an organization is going to do a succession plan for an admin officer. You understand what I'm saying? There are tiers according to an institution. If you look at your organogram, and an institution is only going to plan for succession with regards to top level management. But what then that means for us in this room is, are you necessarily ready for that upward growth? Do your papers align? Do your soft skills align? And speaking of skills, this one is a very interesting question that I have. I think, CEO, you have seen and have worked with young people, and you have seen the crowd. And for the sake of career mobility, even with regards to expanding our earning by means of promotion and maybe even being asked to be part of these tables, what do you think are skills and competencies that our generation should be very intentional with when it comes to equipping ourselves? What skills do you feel are needful for succession and career mobility.
Thank you. I like what she has said, that one of the reasons why she joined the service is to make a mark, is to make a difference. Because if that is your motivation, then you look at the skills that align with in what area do you want to make a mark. Now, most of us get to public service because we have heard that in public service, it's very difficult to retrench people. You have the stability, you want to be there, and that's why the discussion here by the previous speaker, I think it's Bijia who was mentioning, there are people who join a certain department, the same level, until they retire, because you want that stability. Now, the challenge with that, so that I address the issue of the skill. The challenge with that is that it's very difficult to make a mark when you are in the same position. You are the same today, tomorrow, and forever. And you can conclude by adding amen. It's very difficult for you to make a mark if that is the kind of thing you are thinking. You need to step out and take some risks. You need to step out and improve yourself. You need to look at what are the opportunities that are in there, what are the gaps that are there. And once you do that, then you are able to look at if these are the gaps that exist, and this is my area of whichever area you are feeling you are convinced and convicted that you would want to contribute to the society, then your skills will be aligned to that. The unfortunate thing is that most of us just do any paper. You hear there is CHRP, there is CS, there is accountants. You just want to do because you want a promotion. But it's not aligned. You don't even have a strategy for your career. So the first thing you do is to come up with a strategic plan for your own self. What do I want to do? Where do I see myself in the next 30 years from now? Now, once you have a strategy for yourself and where areas of possible impact, then even in terms of the career, in terms of the skills that you are acquiring, it's not just any course that comes because maybe it's subsidized. You need to look at things that align to that strategic plan. Now, eventually, that strategy may actually lead you to exiting the service. If that is the case, so be it, because if you are calling, for instance, you want to venture in AI, for example, and therefore you are acquiring skills in that. So if you get an opportunity elsewhere, so be it. So once you remove that mentality that you must be in service, and you open up that I can be in service, I can be in the county government, I can be in a state corporation, I can be in a private organization, I can be in an NGO, wherever that, in short, where you are is just a platform. What is important is what you are giving out to the society. And therefore, your skills should be aligned with what you feel is your purpose. To conclude that point, I just thought, as I was seated here, about just to help us to remember about what I would want to conclude on that, about a framework that I had one presented somewhere. So I was trying to get my notes, and I think I have found it. I was calling it the 5 P's of career success. It was mostly to some university students that I was making a presentation. The 5 P's of career success, and I can add now in this case in public service. And I said the first one, you need to have a purpose. You need to see, where do you see yourself? Because every person, if you believe you are created by God or by divine being, except those who believe they evolved from being a monkey. Now, if you evolved from a monkey, maybe you are not included here. But if you believe you are created by God, before God created you, he had a purpose for you. So you need first to know what is your purpose, because every time we visit this table, you don't make a table then start thinking, how can I use this table for? You first come up with what is the problem, and that problem defines the purpose. So once you appreciate what is your purpose, where you want to go, then that sets a number of things in motion, and that is what will define what skills do you need to acquire along the way. Then the second P is planning. Now you have the purpose, you are very clear, in 10 years' time, I want to be the PS. So what plans do you need to put in place? Maybe one of the activities you need to ensure is to attend such kind of forums so that you network. So you need to come up with a very clear plan and start implementing gradually. And number 3 is the preparation. Because of course, preparation is everything. Without preparing, you will not get what you want. But also number 4 is the performance. The performance here is in terms of where you are currently. Are your services excellent? Are you delivering excellently? And I'll tell you, when I look at where I have been, even the current position as a CEO, even in my institution, I was not the most senior in the organization, or even the people who attended the interview. And it was not because of the papers that particular time. It was mostly because of track record on performance. And I have quite a number of my colleagues here. I told you we have around almost 20 of them here. So you can borrow notes from them. When I look at the first 2 years, my tenure as a CEO, even in terms of financial performance, we have increased more than 200%. So when you perform, it doesn't matter whether you have a godfather or not. I actually don't require. I had no godfather to be a CEO. I knew no one for me to be a CEO. So stop this narrative that you need to know people for you to be somewhere. Just perform. People who like this narrative that for me to get that position, I need to talk to so-and-so, is because they are non-performers. Now, if you are a performer, somehow results will speak for themselves. And I normally say it is for your loss that you don't recruit me. I'm not the one begging you for the job, because you are the ones to lose. Because I am a performer, there is evidence of my performance. But lastly is the issue of professionalism. And that now ties in very well with what we are talking about, whether it's the professional courses, but also issues of the discipline, ethics, all those lies within professionalism. I think once you have all that in place, what I'm calling the 5 Ps, then even in terms of the skills that you need to then acquire, it will not be very difficult for you to establish which skills do I need to acquire along the way.
Thank you. Please clap for him. He has said a lot of things that, in very complicated language, I would call trite. Trite meaning very easy and very simple to overlook. But a lot of what career and succession mobility means is intention. And when he starts by saying purpose as the first thing, what do you necessarily have planned for yourself to grow into, and what do you intend to achieve? What is it that you want? So that the rest of these P's will be ambition friendly, you know? I will ask Mumbua the last question so that I can open it up to plenary. Like I said, this is going to be a conversation, by the way. So you have seen the kind of conversation that we're having, so please prepare your questions. I think I'll do like 4 questions, and then we can be able to go for lunch. Mumbua, if I was to ask you, how can mobility be made easier for younger staff in our organizations?
Okay, depends with the type of mobility you mean. Is it upward mobility or horizontal mobility or developmental mobility? But basically, the easiest way to be able to ensure that people are able to achieve that upward mobility, because I believe that's the main focus here, is mentorship. it's very easy to achieve the right kind of upward mobility if you're mentored well, and if this succession planning thing is taken very seriously. When we make succession planning more of a proactive thing than a reactive thing, by reactive I mean, you realize succession planning is done when people have retired, and then there's this huge gap, and then people need to be replaced immediately. When we move from that and move towards being proactive, like strategically being able to mentor people, being able to groom the next generation, that will be the easiest way to ensure that we have that upward mobility and in the right way. Because some people just get promotions and then you're like, okay, I'm just getting a promotion for the sake of having a higher salary than I had. And then there's that kind of promotion that comes with the lessons, someone holding your hand. Because I believe as young people, honestly, without the seasoned public officers holding our hands and being able to say, when I was your age, these are the kind of mistakes that I made. And us being able to learn from them, I think that's the best kind of mobility that we would need to have, having people hold our hands. And then if we could also have organizations kind of try and come up with a pipeline whereby people are able to, like there's an analysis done, then maybe sorts of like talent and skills analysis, so that you can know as an organization, I have these people who are ready to hold these specific positions now. I have this set of people that will be ready in, say, 1 to 2 years. We have this set of people that will be ready in the next 3 to 5 years. That will be very easy to ensure mobility amongst the young people, from the incoming officers to the ones who are still in service. And then it will be very easy, and succession planning actually becomes more of a proactive thing, because the one who has like 5 years will be able to be groomed, will really be groomed to be a successor. And then they hold each other's hands, and it becomes more of like a cycle. That ensures that succession planning is not just like, okay, 50 people have retired, we need to replace these 50 people. It will be more of like, 50 people are retiring, but we have 100 more people that are ready for this post. Make it competitive so that people can also be innovative about the whole process. So I think that's one of the ways we need to adopt towards ensuring that succession planning and career mobility is very important. Another thing is the aspect of leadership programs, which as young people, I believe we have some programs that capacity build on the aspect of career mobility, leadership programs, fellowship programs, and actually also networking. You realize that it's from the networks that you make, especially in public service, that are able to actually assist you, that are able to hold your hand. So I would suggest we should not take such forums for granted. Most of us are probably where we are because of the networks that we made from simple events like this. So this is one of the ways to actually ensure that as young people, or even the older generation, we are able to have each other's hands. Just like I said, and I've been saying, it is never about the seasoned public officers versus the young public officers. It should be seasoned public officers and the young public officers. We should not be against each other. We should work together. So that's all I will say about that. Thank you.
Allow me maybe just to add to what she has said about succession planning. You know, when young people hear about succession planning, what we are most of us imagining is only about those guys who are hitting 60 and should retire. Succession planning also include you, who said that you must be in that service, in that institution for the next 10 years. That comfort, and I think that is also what government also needs to encourage, because the government is the government for the entire nation. And government serves both the public as well as the private. So if you come here and serve in a certain institution and you've been trained by a public sector institution, and then you are poached by a private sector institution, there is no loss to government because the government has actually trained you and has, sometimes back I was in Kigali, and I think last year but one, and I met with a number of people there who are working in the hotel industries in Kigali, and most of them, at that time, a number of them were actually Kenyans. And they told me, because when I noted as a trade, I asked one of them, how come most of you are Kenyans? And they told me the government of Rwanda came up with a program to hire hoteliers from Kenya for the private hotels in Kigali so that they could go and train their private hotels on hospitality. And I thought that is a wonderful thing. The government hiring for private sector. So there is no loss to government if you left today. You are actually doing service to the public. So don't sit there and be comfortable that you are looking forward to retire in the public service. There are so many other Kenyans who are looking for that opportunity. Now that you have been trained by government, and you have a platform, can you enhance your skills so much that you can be hired by IBM, by this international organization, by other private sector institutions? Because she has mentioned about the three types of mobility, either it's horizontal, diagonal, or vertical. It's very difficult for any employer, not just government, but any employer, for you to move vertically. You are aware of that. If your salary, if you got in that position as 50,000, it will take you the next 5 years or 10 for you to get to 100,000. Ukweli ama ukweli. That's true. Very difficult because what you get is the annual salary increment, which is around what percentage? 5% if you are lucky, or 10%. So you can then compute, if you are currently at 50, how many years it will take you to move to, and even that promotion is not that easy. But it is very easy to do what is called diagonal. You can actually move from one institution, apply for a job in another institution at a higher level, then come back to your former institution at much higher level, and you find the guys who you left there are still at the same position. And that comes as a result of you are improving yourself beyond that particular job that you are currently performing. So my encouragement to all of us, can you plan your own transition, plan your own exit, plan your own demise from that organization? I know because my trainings are mostly to boards of governance, to boards of organizations, especially state corporations. And one of the things I normally tell them, plan your exit. The moment you are appointed as a board member, start planning how you exit. Even you, when you come to the service, the moment you got that appointment letter, the next day, you were supposed to have been planning how to exit. That exit may be 50 years from now when you retire, but who says you must retire at 50? You can retire early, go to another institution, government will not move you. It's a good promise by Bijiwe, and I want to believe that will happen, but that may happen when you have already retired. So plan your own transition. Thank you.
Yeah, so, sorry. If I may add something on mobility, I think it's very important for, just like the representative from the PS said, I think we need to review some of our policies. We have like 1963 policies and we are in 2025. When I say 1963, I mean they don't match the current era, right? Yeah, so I think it's best for us to review the policies that we have to ensure that there's that career mobility, such that when say, for example, a civilian administrative officer at the Ministry of Defense is able and very much allowed to move to any other ministry or actually redesignate. So I think this is one of the things that we're also able to do. And also the aspect of developmental mobility. I think we should be able to see more CEOs, more director generals, more directors actually giving acting roles or acting appointments. Like be like, I'll be away for 1 month, but Mumbua will be running this office for that 1 month. That's an easy way of mentorship and actually job shadowing. Job shadowing means I'm a director, I take one young officer, have them for a week or for a month so that they can just study and learn what I'm doing in the office, the kind of problems that I'm facing, how I make decisions, the kind of things that come on my table. Let's not be like, oh, this is the CEO's office. Officer Flani should not be able to see this. I'm a rank Flani afai kuona. I mean, this young officer is still in the same organization. They should be able to interact with all these things. Because how will we young people learn if some of these things are kind of far-fetched? Like we can't like get to them, or we can't have this experience whereby I'm able to approach my principal secretary, or I'm able to approach my cabinet secretary. It becomes very hard because they kind of seem unapproachable in the sense that, for you to reach to the PS, you have to talk to who. It's a whole lot of, let's make leadership very accessible to young people. Thank you.
All right, you've had a lot of ideas, and I think perhaps we have been able to enlighten a few of us who have learned a few things. Now, I would like to open up the floor. Like I said, it's an intergenerational dialogue conference. So what are your thoughts about career mobility? We're talking about money here. We're talking about a very scary word called salaries here. We're talking about skills. We're talking about development. We are talking about things that basically give you momentum in public service. What are the hindrances that you have faced? What are the things that you feel like for example, she has talked about policies. I don't know how many people have ever read their HR career guidelines or maybe HR manuals. Do you have access to them, easy access? Could start from there. Like I said, there is no problem outside of yourself. If you feel like there's a problem, it is you to resolve. So please, raise your hand if you feel like you, I see someone there. So there's one person, there's a lady at the far end. On this side, surely the glory of the Lord is not residing only on this side. You must have a question. There's no way you don't have a question. Or something, a comment. Wow, okay. So let's start with the lady at the far end.
Good afternoon.
Also, please direct your question to a speaker so that we know who you want to. Okay.
My name is Haika. I'm a CS in training, and I have a question for Mumbua because she had mentioned about the whole idea of mentorship and job shadowing. So at the University of Nairobi, we had the privilege of being able to access a mentorship program called the Global Mentorship Initiative. And what happened was each and every single individual was able to register either as a mentor or a mentee. So my question is this: is it possible for the public sector to borrow such an idea in such a way that we do not speak of mentorship just from a point of attending this conference or just being able to connect with somebody? So is there any way, even in policy making and any other reform processes, or even job shadowing, is it possible for the public service to emulate such in such a way that our senior public officers can either register as mentors or even mentees, and vice versa for the junior officers as well? And if it is possible, how can we as the youth, even in this forum, participate for such an agenda?
Thank you. Thank you for that brilliant question. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir.
CP Edward Njagi. I think there is also a gap when it comes to the professional level or the professional bodies. The government or the public, maybe I will direct to the public service, it's good for them to at least maybe sponsor those who are already working so that they can at least be enhanced on those professional areas that they need to have. Number two, I think I forgot the name for the other facilitator here, Madam. You talked about redesignation aspect. So as we rise, either horizontally or through the process of life as you work, most of the staff have already gained experience in different levels. I think there is many or most of the staffs do not know when to do this redesignation, yet they have already gained the relevant experience in that order. Thank you.
Okay, who is the next one? I think there's somebody at the end there. Yes, you can speak.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Gladys Atambo, HR, University of Embu. I have one question and I think 2 comments. I liked what the FCS said, that don't wait for government to change. But on the other hand, just food for thought, maybe for all of us other than the panelists. Is there a way we can, we know there are rubrics that underpin the public service, the values, the ethos. Probably we might not change that. But is there a way we can accommodate the younger generations with regard to their expectations when it comes to the public civil service that they want? Yes, we maintain the rubrics, but we also accommodate. Because at the end of the day, we still need to future-proof the public service. Then the other comment I had is that I liked what Mumbua spoke about, the issue of succession management or planning versus replacement planning. Because in most cases, we are finding ourselves in a crisis that we need to fill positions, yet we could have handled that situation, managed that risk by, establishing talent pipes. So look at the people you have, because at the end of the day, all these new recruits who are coming into the public service, they need to be reassured that there's space for them in terms of growing in whichever cadre they will be placed in. So what can we do to ensure that? One of the things that I feel we've not leveraged enough on is something we refer to as knowledge management. If we could be able to look at the public service as a community of practice, then foster the principles of knowledge management, we would handle some of the issues that were raised in the morning. Gatekeeping of information. So ensure we have structures that address the issue of knowledge harvesting and knowledge retention, so that at the end of the day, we have structures that enhance knowledge sharing, because I believe one of the ways of learning is actually mentorship is one of the ways of knowledge harvesting. And then just something I came across, a report by the MasterCard Foundation that would speak to the issue of skilling, upskilling, reskilling, and the kind of trainings that we are having. According to that report by MasterCard that they did, the employers out there are saying they're not getting the talent that they want. So in other words, the graduates we are churning out, the young people we are churning out that are coming into the workspace, they don't have the talent that the employers require. For instance, 3 out of 4 employers were saying for them the kind of skills they were looking for are ICT and digital literacy. And then in terms of soft skills, they are looking for communication, problem solving. So then again, that speaks to us in terms of us training institutions. Are we coming up with market-driven programs that are responsive to the employers in terms of what they need? So that probably could be a conversation that training institutions could have with the industry so that they can be able to collaborate to churn out the workforce that is required. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think universities are here, Cindy. You are aware of certain things that we are talking about, so please go and, though I don't know, there is a very serious lack of intention when it comes to some of these conversations. We have a talent of having forgetful conversations, but I wish we could take it very seriously and go and talk about it in our universities, because there is a kind of a disconnect. I'll take the last question so that they can be able to. Sorry, there was someone who was right before you, and then you'll be the last person.
Okay.
So that he can speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anyanga Victor from Machakos University, pursuing a bachelor degree in economics and finance. And my question goes to Sir. You have talked something concerning the successful planning. And now the question comes, how can we make knowledge transfer and succession planning a formal or required continuous system rather than relying on individual goodwill or not favor, in other words? Thank you.
Very good question.
Thank you. My name is Sumbajeri from University of Embu. My question goes to Mumbua. There is this issue of the so-called old policies. And you notice that a lot of things are changing, and much of this innovation and new ideas are domiciled in the young professionals. Now my question is, how do you make it impactful when you are invited on a decision-making table so that you are going to give out ideas and policies that are going to be implemented other than just being a partaker in the decision-making table? And this, my thinking, that can we think as this forum of maybe coming up with a policy paper that can influence decision-making in this whole process of succession and public transition? I think that could work better for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please
excuse
clap
me,
for yourself.
Charity. Let's have our last question here, kindly.
Sorry, yeah, okay. Last one, for the sake of time.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone again. Yes, my name is Tim, and from the academia, University of Nairobi. Okay, maybe I have two questions, but before, I think I need to give some comments. We are really disappointed because some of the questions we had some faces in the morning, like in Yawako. It's a bad trend now. We don't have people to address at the moment. And it happens most in government offices, like afternoon kama saizi hawapatikani, and you can just see. So we have questions to the public
Same
service.
to you guys also. I can see empty seats, so let's be modest about
Okay, fine. So my question is, Mr. CEO, you can help us address this. Maybe the first question was I was to address the public service, yeah, the representative. So maybe how is the public service preparing to absorb young people into digital jobs, stroke roles, such as AI trainers? We have data annotators, digital officers, and cyber security. That is my first question. Two, what support mechanisms, e.g. innovation hubs, startup incubators, and tech-focused youth funds are being expanded or introduced to nurture youth-led innovations? And the last question is, yeah, Mr. CEO utatusaidia ku address this, but maybe because you'll report them, and we know reported speech are not as accurate as tungepata wenyewe hapa. So what measures are being taken to reduce barriers to entry for youth-owned tech businesses, such as we have complex in licensing, taxes, and procurement processes? Thank you.
All right, we have had some questions, and now we want to hear from the panel itself. And I think for the CEO, just one last one. For the sake of building trust and avoiding disruption, because apparently we can be somewhat of that, to build trust between generations, what are the things that perhaps on both sides either strengthen or weaken that collaboration, so that we can be able to be exposed to these tables? They will not expose us if we keep doing the things that we have normally done. But I would really want to know, because I know you have worked with individuals in governance boards and so on, what are those qualities on both sides? We want to, as Gen Z, demonstrate reliability and seriousness, but perhaps there might be something that we are doing on our end that is hindering. So please, we'll start with, for the sake of seniority, FCS. Yes.
Thank you. All right, you can hear me? Good. Allow me, even as I do, as I respond to a number of things, make a general comment, which you cut across a number of those. One, your career is your personal responsibility. Your career growth is your personal responsibility. Government, in addition to being a bureaucracy, is also a political animal. And being a political animal, there are so many political statements that will be made. And that is the nature of government. And by now, if you are new in the service, you must have noted that. So many political statements. Part of such political statements is to make you satisfied, at least for now, so that if you are, there is any unrest, you can settle. But unfortunately, those political statements will be made today, and as you wait for them to be fulfilled, you realize actually you are retiring while you are still waiting for the political statement that was made. So appreciate that government, and it's not only here, everywhere, government is a political animal. Once you appreciate that, then you also appreciate that your career is your personal responsibility. And I think one of the speakers mentioned here about entitlement and all that. If you wait for anybody to ever change anything, you will wait and wait and wait forever. And you'll be there complaining that this is not being done, this is not being done. It will not be done. So let me disappoint you with that. Instead, plan your career and define, again, I like working with frameworks. I have one of my favorite frameworks. I call it the 7 Ds. My 7 Ds is because at one level in my education system, there is a place I scored a D, and therefore I like Ds. I normally say in the 7 Ds, 1, define exactly what you want to do, then decide, that is, you make intentional choices. Delete by removing what is not necessary, because some of us have very unnecessary things that we are still pursuing. What you can defer, because maybe you started something but it's not working or is not appropriate for now. Is it possible to defer for sometimes? What can you delegate? So that you, and now in terms of leadership, that I have found it very useful. Some of my team members who are here, they will tell you they carry out quite a number of my tasks, which ideally is the CEO who should be doing. So that if I'm able to delegate, then I can create time to come for such a conference. Because if I'm there doing everything, it means when you want me, I'm telling you I'm very busy. So I was supposed right now to be in a meeting with IBM. And I was telling my officer there, organize for somebody else. And when they go there, let them say they are the CEO ICS. After the meeting, they say I was acting for the CEO. Because if I'm able to delegate there, I'm therefore able to be here. So look at how to delegate. But number 6, do. And the doing there is execute whatever you have in place. And finally, document. Now, in government, documenting is very important. And you must have realized by now that whatever you do, document. Because tomorrow, you don't know what will happen. Keep a record of that. Having said that, allow me to respond to one of the things that came out from behind there in terms of the professional bodies and that the government should be supporting in terms of your professional development, the CPDs. Yes, actually that is part of what we have been lobbying as professional bodies, associations. We've been lobbying government to support officers, especially where they are members of specific professional bodies. So that one we continue to do. I know quite a number of institutions, quite a number of government departments already do that. But the limitation, most of them will tell you only support one profession. And therefore you have to choose. If you are a member of several of them, including where I work, I think for us we support maximum of 2. So if you are somebody like me who belongs to 5 professional bodies, so I have to choose the 2 that I want to be supported. And for those 2, then the public institution which I work for will pay for my subscriptions as well as my CPD trainings. Yeah, so it's a discussion that we continue to have. I think the lady behind there talked about mentorship. And if I'm not wrong, most likely she is part of the mentorship program by the institute, because I heard her say she is a CS student. CS is not cabinet secretary, it's certified secretary. So she is pursuing the certified secretaries course. And I encourage all of you to join that course. As an institute, what we do every year, we take 100 young professionals. We sponsor them, fully sponsored. We connect them with the mentors. We sponsor them for a number of programs, including this one, which we have around 20 of them here, and others. Last week, but one, I was in India, and part of the discussions we had there was to take around 20 young professionals to India. Again, part of the mentorship and internship program. And just before I came here, and that's why I was late, I was in the British High Commission. And that is also what we are discussing, a similar program. So those are discussions within government and other private institutions. I think the most important thing, keep your eyes open. The opportunities are there, but may not be adequate, and therefore a lot of competition. In terms of accommodating the young, this was in reference to what I had said earlier, that the government does not change. And therefore the follow-up question was, but even if the government does not change, how can the senior civil servants accommodate the younger people coming in the service? And I agree with you, there is need for accommodation. However, one of the things I have never allowed in my life is to wait for somebody else. It's not them to accommodate me, it's me to demand for my rightful share. One of the, I told you my previous background was political science. And in political science, we normally say power is never given, it is taken. And because I'm also a person of the book, I like reading the Bible, it also says somewhere, Jesus said in the book of Matthew, that the kingdom of God suffers violence, and only men of violence shall take it by force. So if you are just there, humble, that's why when she asked initially who wants to ask a question, quite a number of you are not sure. Then when the first one lifted their hand, everyone is lifting their hand. So that is the psychology of the average human being. If you want to grow, don't wait for opportunities to be given to you, for anybody to accommodate you. No one will accommodate you. In fact, everybody is trying. Everybody is for themselves, and God for us all. So no one is there to look for your own interest. Put that at the back of your mind. It's only you who can look for your own interest and work for them and demand them and use violence, in quotes. I'm not talking about demonstrations. I'm talking about use the relevant means to get where you require to be. In terms of knowledge transfer, not relying on others, yes, I think that was a good point. The knowledge transfer, that is very important, that we also, and that also goes to the institutions of education, but even the other institutions that we work for, how are we transferring? And somebody mentioned here in terms of even giving opportunities for acting, giving opportunities of holding fort and all that. That is very important. But also, how are we tapping from those who are ahead of us? And I think the speaker there concluded by saying not relying on others, goodwill and all that. And I agree with you. Never think that there is anybody who is there to look at your interest. If that person is, if they are to ever think of somebody else's interest, they will be thinking about their relatives, not you. You are very far from them. So no matter how much they tell you that we value you very much, I hope my employees are not hearing that. So for me, when I say I value you very much, I mean it. But now, so, no matter how much they tell you that they value you very much, what they don't tell you, what they value is not you, is your service. And if today you are unable to offer that service, that is the day you realize that they actually don't value you at all. People don't value you. They value either your service or your position. That's why today, right now, I can see quite a number of calls coming on my phone. Today, if I left my position as the CEO of the institute, nitaangalia kama ni simu imeharibika, because no one will be calling me. Because they are not necessarily interested with me. They are interested with the position that I hold.
and all that. So once you put that at the back of the mind, nobody cares about you. The only thing they care is the service you're offering. And some, especially the ones you are giving service, especially to the public, is the position. So that if you are a KRA officer, I'm searching for you because I have a tax problem and I think you can help me. If you left that position, hata tukikutana hapo unanisalimia, haunikumbuki, nilikuwa KRA, so what? So know that very well. In terms of the digital jobs, I think I don't want to comment on that. The president has been very keen on and has emulated a number of initiatives that the government is taking, and I want to believe, and not only to believe, because I have also participated in quite a number of the programs with Konza City and other, the Open University, for instance. By the way, I hope you know the Open University, a very good university. I don't know whether there is anybody here from the Open University. Good. I would actually encourage you to enroll for a course there. It's a very brilliant idea that is here in this country. Now, look at those opportunities. Maybe they may not be as adequate as we may want, but at least there's something happening, but can always be made better. As I come to a close, I think there was the issue of the barriers to entry for businesses in terms of the taxes and all that. I cannot agree with you more than that. In addition, the institute sits in a very unique position. We are both a public body and also a private body. So I'm part of the CEO's Forum for Public Bodies Institution, but I'm also a part of the CEO's Forum for Private Sector, that is KEPSA. And this is part of the things we keep on following with the various government institutions. Of course, some of them I find myself conflicted, but it's true. We need to work around in terms of our ease of doing business, especially for startups. That one I agree with you totally. The moderator has asked about the trust, and that is the last question responding to. How can we enhance the trust? I think what I would long to say is that trust is the most important thing. And trust is earned because of one thing called character. Character is the ability of being the same person, the issue of integrity, being the same person everywhere, every time, and consistently, so that you don't find me today here saying this, but tomorrow you find me saying the other thing. So part of what to us as leaders, I think we need to speak to ourselves, is the issue of character. When you look at the by-elections which are happening, for instance, in the various parts of this country, you can tell the issue of character is seriously missing. And when there is no character, there is no integrity, then that's where the trust deficit comes in. So for us as leaders, we need to work on our character. We need to be people of integrity. We need to be taken on our word. When we say this, that's what we mean, and we ensure we implement it. But I also think every one of us also needs to hold our leaders responsible for what they say. And I cannot conclude that this discussion, because of my previous background as a political scientist, without reminding you that we all of us have a responsibility. The biggest mess we have in this country is the political governance. If we are to sort out the politics of this country, we will have sorted out 75% of our problems. The problem we have in this country is the political governance. So ask your neighbor, have you taken your vote? Your voter's card? Have you registered as a voter? And ensure whether it's member of county assembly, whether it's MP or whichever level you are electing, you are not electing a person because of they come from your tribe because of ABCD, but it's because they are people of character. They are people of integrity. That is how we can enhance trust. Because the reason why, for instance, those of us who are married here, the reason why you go in your bedroom and close yourself with a full human being, adult human being, mujifugie na ulale usigizi na ungorote. I'm not saying what you are already thinking. What I'm saying, umelala usigizi na ungangorota mpaka asubuhi na unamuka, and you are not fearing that this human being may wake up in the middle of the night, get the kitchen knife and kill you, is because you trust them. The moment that trust is gone, and maybe one day you woke up and found they had held a kitchen knife trying to stab you, tomorrow will you agree to lie in that bed? Utakuwa hata ukilala hapo unakuwa unafungua jicho moja kama sugura, because you cannot trust them. You had issues of people, those of us from Nyeri, sometimes back, I don't know, some of you may not have been born, but majority were. You know those stories of what were happening with us from Nyeri. Kuna mambo ingine, kuna vitu zilikuwa zinanyofolewa. Na people used to sleep, I hear people used to come here to River Road to manufacture some things, kufugia what was being nyofolewa. Now, when you have such kind of relationship, trust is already abused. You cannot trust that partner anymore. And therefore, even to you as an employee, you also have a responsibility of protecting trust, because if you abuse the trust that who has trusted you, then tomorrow they cannot trust you on anything. The reason some of us cannot give you an acting position is because we fear you may overthrow us. I may tell you be acting CEO na nikute hata umenifuta kazi, or you have done all manner of things, because you cannot be trusted. So also build on your own trust based on your good character. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I think he's answered most of the questions, so I'll just answer Haika's question. She asked if it's possible for public sector to adopt, even in policy making, the aspect of mentorship. I think one of the things that the executive committee is pushing for is institutionalization of mentorship, to ensure that there's proper policies, proper structures to mentorship, because you realize some people don't actually want to retire at 60, hence they don't mentor younger people, because they want to just stay around and be able to take up the role for a few more years. But I was just thinking, and we were just having this discussion, what if we had a policy that maybe says that when one reaches at 55 years, you must mentor someone, you must have a mentee, and you need to show something for that, like what have they been able to learn, because 5 years is quite a long time for you to be able to learn what this person was doing and to get that the history, the institutional history from them. So this is one of the things that we are pushing with the Kenya School of Government as the executive committee, to have mentorship institutionalized, like it's mandatory for every institution to have these mentorship structures. And it should be actually a PC, yeah? We should include it as to show that the ministries are performing, like one of the performance contracting kind of aspects. So another thing is, someone asked about redesignation. Redesignation all depends on the HR manual and policy. It gets to a point and you're not able to redesignate. So you need to understand, maybe say you're in this cadre, you need to understand the cadre that you want to redesignate to. Do you have what it takes? And most people confuse redesignations for promotions. Redesignation is just moving from one job, the same job group, but one cadre to another. But you need to meet the requirements. So I think one of the things maybe HR departments should do more is more of like sensitize people on the various HR policies that we have, because realize that most people do not actually know that there's a training policy, there's a HR manual, what's supposed to happen during the resignations, promotions, and all that. So this is very important, capacity building of our HR policies, manuals, and all that. So that's one of the ways to kind of try and include the young people in terms of the current policies that we have. And then from that, then we're able to build on how to improve them to match our current times or to match whatever it is that works best for us.
Okay, so we are running out of time because it's 2:56, and I would really like to release people for lunch. I don't want to consume any more time. Please feel very much thanked for sitting through the discussion. I hope in some way we have been able to capture your thoughts and you have been able to feed off of the wisdom that has been presented. For the sake of lunch, I hope we can be able to do like a 40-minute sprint because we are having a very wonderful speaker. If you have seen the program, Mr. Simon Angote, Senior Simon Angote, and if anybody was here during December 2024, you'll remember somebody raised up and said, oh, you know, old people, and he said, oh, but this country is being run by young people now, so who is really destroying? He's a very interesting person, and he likes to respond to the youth and the controversies that you think you have. So I would like to thank you to the panel speakers.
Let me just say something. There's someone who asked about the policy brief. Yeah, we'll actually do it. The policy paper, we'll do the policy paper. I just wanted to clarify that because he
Okay, so please, let's remember, lunch is over that side. Margaret Kobia, if you've ever been here, you know, but if you haven't, I think there's some people who can be able to direct you to the responsible deity. I hope he has blessed the lunch. Thank you so much, and please be back in 40. Thank you.
sekubuyisa ngoba kwalaphana semnyawuta asebona ngathi kubaliwe bulani madonna funa ngize ngicele mzamo ngikele womzimba wetempela ngeke makhona haya ngeke kulunge haya ngeke ngiphume asebona ngathi kubaliwe bulani madonna funa ngize ngicele mzamo ngikele womzimba wetempela ngeke makhona ngiyalahana bulani bulani
This one I better do with the jabba. Me, I no get time, I did jabba. That cover my face, calling me that. Biggie man, we do the way abada. Monica, what's it called? G-Wagon, all the best. The kitchen, right the book. I know feet, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it called? G-Wagon, all the best. The garden, right the way. I know feet, die for nothing. Make you no say anything when you do, they must commend it. I can't come and keep myself. Say anything when you do, I they try to take you on my way. I can't come and keep myself. Plenty so far we face. Just to make sure money day. But my people can go say I don't want buy, I don't want die, I don't want connect. I want enjoy, I want job life, I want buy motor, I want build house, I still want to know. Tell me, Monica, what's it called? G-Wagon, all the Bentley, the captain, ride the boat, on the feet, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it called? G-Wagon, all the Bentley, the captain, ride the women, I know feet. Different things and happening, schemes and packaging. In a one night for shows, I'm juggling. Flow like the ocean, my boat, I'm paddling. Sharashina fella, that's my bro, my family. Frozen place. When it comes to money, I did concentrate. Because I tell you straight, you are not my mate. If you become shall I be head of state. But my people then go say, I know one guy, I know one tie, I know one payment. I want enjoy, I want job life, I want buy motor, I want build house, I still want to know. Let me, money go, what's it called? All the better. I know feet, die for nothing. My nigga, what's it called? G-Wagon, all the country. The garden, ride the women. I know feet, die for nothing. Oh no, I now.
Hello, hello. All right. So we are in our last presentation because of time, so that we're done exactly by 5, done deal. I'm told that Mwalimu Sako have something for 10 minutes, if they can just come now. But before that, can we have our whips to get everybody in? As we have Mwalimu Sako just prepare, 10 minutes only. Can we get everybody in? By 5 sharp, we should be done. So Mwalimu Sako, whoever is presenting, remember it's 10 minutes, but can we have everybody in? Yes, sir. Yes, please. No, not yet. There. Can we have those who are seated, can they get their colleagues inside? Can we have volunteers getting our colleagues inside so that we begin? So we're actually beginning in exactly 2 minutes. So we just need to get everybody in. If you see anyone standing outside, let them be in. Hey guys, please get everybody in. We are beginning in 1 minute. May I propose that Mwalimu Sako then start doing introduction?
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. This is a public service we want. That's a clarion call. We are also abiding to that. My name is Shem Joroge. I'm here to represent Mwalimu National Sacco. Mwalimu National Sacco is the biggest sacco in Africa and in Kenya. It's a financial institution which is open to the public. Initially, it used to be for teachers only, but now we have opened the boards. Every citizen is eligible to join. And we have kept on innovating our products so that we can suit your needs. At Mwalimu National Sacco, we have tailor-made the products. You don't have to come there with a fixed mind. Just come with your objective, your ambitions, and that is what we are going to ensure that is fulfilled. So we are privileged to be here today to do a presentation. It will be a short presentation, but detailed. So be prepared with your pen and paper. We have a tent outside there, a table. After this, you can come and pose your questions so that we can be able to work with you together. Mwalimu National Sacco, our headquarters at Upper Hill, Mwalimu Towers. And we are also on we have a website, Mwalimu National. You can visit our website for more information on our products. We have embraced technology. Even if you want to be a member, you can get onboarded online. That's what we are doing for you at Mwalimu National Sacco. So in a minute, I want to invite my colleague, Mr. Finley Musimi. Mr. Finley Musimi is an experienced professional who has worked in the finance sector for over 20 years. He is a head of MSc and microfinance. He's a department or a section which is very versatile, enabling members' needs to be met in a very flexible way. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Musimi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njoroge. Once again, let me take this opportunity to greet all of us. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You know the danger of speaking to people when they have just come from taking care of the central business district is that you may lack the attention that you require. But I believe we've not had a very, very heavy meal, and we will be able to actually get what we are presenting to you. So as Shema said, my name is Finley Musimi. I head the MSME docket at Mwalimu. I know I've just met a few members here, but by a show of hands, to clear the doubt, if you're here and you are a member, just show me by your hand, so that ile mzigo nimekuja nayo niache hapa. 1, 2, great. So we have quite a number of potential members here, and we thank God for that. Now, because we have short time, that is 10 now, that is 3:55, so I will be stopping at 4. For what? When the other presenter comes. I don't think so. But anyway, I don't know what I can say, but then because we are here to represent Mwalimu, I will say that Mwalimu National is very, very key when it comes to people like yourselves. Our SACCO was started by teachers. And actually, over the last 51 years, the SACCO has been in the forefront, transforming life and shaping people's lives financially. And I want to say, since we opened our bond to accommodate all the other sectors, we have seen the kind of impact that we can create and we've been able to create by the support of our members. Today, as we speak, the last concluded year, 2024, our SACCO was able to pay out about 4 billion in terms of dividends to members. And that money that was paid out to members was also generated by the members themselves. So when we talk about the SACCO, we are saying you are part and parcel of it. And the question then it is, as the SACCO is growing, and when we hear that the SACCO is leading in Africa, in the continent, and number 7 in the world, what is it that is there for you and me? Because it's not just about the Mwalimu SACCO, it's about me and you. Today, the SACCO is playing a very crucial aspect in our economy. As we all know, is a very big player in the financial market. And as we all know, watu wamejijenga sana na SACCOs. And for obvious reasons, because SACCOs are created with a very simple aspect, that we come together, and when we are together, then it means that we can do much more. And so when it comes to financial empowerment, the cost, or what we call the interest, is usually very, very affordable. And therefore, those of us who have not joined any SACCO, whether Mwalimu or not, I will implore on you today that you consider joining a SACCO, because your financial journey starts from there. But so that I can be able to deliver my presentation to you, we speak so much about financial empowerment. And at our SACCO, our key focus is your financial well-being. Sasa hivi tumetoka kukula lunch. Why are we taking lunch? Because our bodies need what? The energy, isn't it? We need the energy, we need the health. Financial wellness is just the same. The way we take care of our bodies is the same way we must be able to keep attention to the financial well-being of ourselves. Now, I'll do this by asking you a few questions here, then I'll be done. The first question that I want to ask ourselves, and probably you can help me because I don't want your neighbor to doze off. You can look at them, say hi to them, kama umjui umuulize jina yake, and then you ask them this question, because I'm going to use you to make my presentation. So I want you to turn to your neighbor and ask him or her. Na usimuogope because ni mwalimu amekupatia hizo instructions. How healthy are you financially? Some of the questions may not have an answer. How healthy are you financially? How healthy are you financially? And then also, look at him whether he actually looks healthy. Does he look healthy? Does she look healthy? Okay. Please don't demand for quick answers. But that is the question I wanted us to have. Then number 2, then you can put a score out of 10. How healthy, out of 10. Then we will add up the marks as we finish. Then I want you to also ask him or her, how are your spending habits? How are your spending habits? The ladies are actually smiling. I don't know why. But how are your spending habits? I don't know why the ladies are smiling. Okay. Number 3. Ask him or her, how do you save, where, and how frequent? Make sure those questions are, even if you're not asking, can you write them somewhere in your heart or in your notebook? And we had notebooks. Maybe I don't know whether they'll be enough for you. How often do you save? Where do you save? And how frequent do you save? We said we are talking about financial wellness, isn't it? The other question, number what? We are number what? Question number 4. Then ask him or her, how do you invest? How do you invest? Where do you invest? In Kenya, there was a program used to be called DESI. I don't know whether those of us who are from the millennials and above, I know they heard about it. DESI. You heard about DESI? You heard something called DESI. And there was another one called what? Yeah. Where do you invest? The other question, Do you do a budget before spending your money? Ama unasema mahali itabaki tutajuana mbele Mungu wako tutajipanga? Do you do a budget? Some of these things look very simple, right? Then finally, how far are you from achieving your financial goal? Immediately you got your first job. What came in your mind? That very soon now, I'm going to be a very rich man. I am going to own this and this and that. How many years down the line, you look back and you're like, what is really happening? So that question is very important because we are not going to work forever, isn't it? So at Mwalimu, what we are doing, we are helping you actually to answer those questions by giving you a very good platform to organize yourself financially in good time. I want to say to the young professionals who are here, right now we have opened a window where we are giving loans to permanent employees of government without asking for guarantors, without asking them for guarantors, because we realize in SACCOs, that's a big challenge. Most people when you go to SACCO, they are told, enter letter watu wanne. Now who do you bring? Haujuani na anyone? So we said, if this is an employee of government, and because that is a crucial component, we say, you come and come with your payslip. We shall empower you financially to actually invest as early as now, so that in your 40s, when the graph is about to start coming down, you're already eating the fruits of your investment. So take that from me. Kuna mtu amekuja kwa desk ananiuliza, sasa guarantor nitatoa. We will not ask you for a guarantor if you're an employee of the government and you're on permanent terms. The other issue is that we want you to be wealthy. But then being wealthy requires a lot of hard work and discipline. And you realize that the more we work and the more money we make, the more we want to make money. But then, as we make this money, inakuwa ni kama, I don't know how I can term it, but there's a Bible scripture that says that money can fly like wings. So pesa inaingia, but you never get hold of it to actually say, where is the money going in the first place? And in order for you to be able to achieve that financial goal you have, or what we are calling financial wealth, I want to give you a formula here which was given by one of the learned friends, and I believe probably it is true, it can be challenged, but he said, for you to be considered a wealthy person or a financially free, independent person, today you need to have at least as twice as much liquid assets as your age, multiplied by your annual pre-tax income, divide by 10. Now, that is complicated. Let's do it this way. Your age, take your age, just write it somewhere, your age. If you're 44 like me, it's 44, then multiply by your annual pre-tax income, that is your income annually without tax. If you're getting a gross of 200, it's 200 times 12, okay? So you take your age, multiply by that figure now, that is your annual pre-tax income, okay? Have you multiplied with your age? You have a figure there, was it okay? Now that figure you have, you multiply it by 2, and then you divide by 10. The figure that you get out there, that is the kind of liquid position you should be having today. When I say liquid, I mean assets and resources that can be converted very easily to cash. That should be within your disposal as at today. And the figure keeps on changing as your years advance. I don't know whether you've seen people who after employment, they start going back to look for a what? A job. Imagine when you're supposed now to be at home now, enjoy with probably your spouse, your grandchildren coming home. Now you're saying, I want to start looking for a kibarua. It is never late to start, but the way to start is to start. And when you hear about this thing called SACCO, it's more about yourself, not more about the institution. I've heard somebody mention about Hazina SACCO, Mwalimu SACCO. That SACCO, when you talk about savings, we're actually relating that to yourself. Now you've gotten a figure there. Nani anaweza tuambia figure yake ni ngapi bila kuogopa? Hatuogopi. Ni nani? Anaweza tuambia umepata ngapi? How far are you from achieving that? Yeah? 50 million. Okay. Now, what we are saying is that at Mwalimu, we are helping you to build that, the liquid assets, because that is what will matter when that time comes. We have this kind of a scenario. At 60, at the age of 60, and this is gospel truth there, at 60, all of us seated here because I can see we are all kind of employees in one way or the other. At the age of 60, 54% of us will actually go back to look for employment. At the age of 60. Not because we love work. It's because the situation will force us to look for work. 24% will go back immediately to our maker. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. So we go back to our maker. And the majority in that bracket are men. Men are who? Men are who? So why is it that 24%, I mean the biggest percentage of that bracket is men? Kwa sababu sisi ndio tumebeba sana. Okay, Mungu atatusaidia. Then 21% will actually achieve what we call a normal traditional life. You'll be able to afford a normal life, that is a meal per day, breakfast, a lunch, dinner, you'll be okay. I mean, within yourself. These are not guys you want to invite for a rurasho ama for arambe. Watakublock. Kwa simu, wacha kunisumbua. Unashinda kuniambia mnachanga pesa nini? Wacha kunisumbua. All right? The 21%. Then 1% which remains end up being rich and wealthy. Rich and? How many of us want to be at 54% by show of hands? Going back to employment. Huh? How many of us want to go back to our maker immediately after retirement? Kuna mwingine anasema I want to go back because niondoke hizi mashida. But it is possible we can attain the 1% by training ourselves early how to start saving. And as you say, we've said, we are giving you loans for investment. In the last concluded 2 months, we have issued loans worth about 10 billion. And the 10 billion, when we looked at it, out of the 10 billion, 70% were loan buy-offs we were buying from banks and such like institutions, where we noticed some of the members were coming from very exorbitant interest environment, where they were being charged maybe, say to the even extent of 20-something% per annum. Our loan interest today average at 1% per month. That translates to around 12% in a year. Why can't you even convert that? And whatever is remaining, instead of kuchukua ukule, then you commit it for a saving. That's a worthwhile course. And we should teach this even to our children. Because our children, me I'm a millennial, so our children are what? Which generation is now my child? Yeah? Z ama alpha? Alpha, si ndio? Hao wanajua tu kuitwa baba na daddy. But daddy kamama. So they don't know how to save. Then we are creating a generation that is going to have trouble living and building this country. But as early as now, we should put that training or saving culture to them so that we can liberate our country and become net savers and not net borrowers. Sometimes when we are blaming our leaders, I look at ourselves and I'm like, they can only do so much. Because it's a generation that we have built over time. That we only used to doing what? Doing what? To consuming, but not putting aside for the rainy day. Recently, in the last 2 weeks, we did launch a Sharia-compliant window, which allows people of the Muslim faith to join our circle and continue growing with our institution. We have revamped it, and we have been able to come up with Sharia-compliant products that empower them also to move with the rest of our members. We have also tried to look at the financial market behavior, and we've seen quite a number of people going to what we are calling the liquid money market funds and things like that. And so we've introduced a very competitive product in the fixed account deposit segment, which is giving members a return of 13.5 maximum. But of course, we can negotiate even upwards for those who have high value tickets per year. This means that in a couple of 5 years, if you put in your 1 million, you have doubled it when you are sleeping. And this is what we call money working for you. Just compare that with running an M-Pesa shop with your 1 million. And the butterflies that have to run your stomach when you're in your office. Ukipigiwa simu, Kiambiwa hiyo duka wapi yule msichana alikuwa umemwaje, ni kama ametoroka na ile pesa. Sasa pressure inapanda. Halafu tunaambiwa tukuje kwa WhatsApp kuchanga ile pesa kwa sababu umeenda. So we have that. We have also introduced a diaspora segment because we understand part of our country is also away from here. Our children, our kin, our relatives are abroad. And so much money is coming from abroad every year. So we have introduced a diaspora wing that allows members to join our circle online through our website, through a link we are calling the members portal. That one does not have any human intervention. Once you log in there, it directs you and you're able to open. If you're in Malaysia, if you're in Dubai, if you're in the UK, you're able to join our circle and the community of savers, and you start growing a saving community. What more? We are saying that we are making tailor-made solutions for anyone who comes in our circle and requires financial support. We also run a foundation called the Child Hope Foundation that take care of our members' children when they, unfortunately, when they have to leave this world, maybe through death. So we have that foundation, and it helps us support the social aspect of our members. Apart from that, today when we are pitching our desk there, when we are put our desk there, we are asking you to come and visit us and make inquiry and join our circle. Even if you have another circle, you can have as many as you want. Somebody asked me, can I join another one? Yes, you can. Because today, as many circles as you'd want, or avenues of saving that there are, you could join, because it has a plus on your side. We shall continue supporting these initiatives, and we are very keen to support, to work with the Kenya School of Government, because this is not the first time. We've been here before, and we will continue giving our support as required, and partnering so that we can grow a very stable community and a financially healthy community. Now, as I sit, because my time is up, let me ask once again, how many of us want to attain the 1% mark? We end up rich and wealthy. Everyone. So it's very easy to raise the hand. So how many of us will be our members today? Because we want to start getting your contributions every month. What is the minimum you can contribute? Even as little as 2,000, even 1,000 you can take, isn't it? Even 1,000. This is our regional manager in Nairobi, so even 1,000. I mean, as long as you are making a step towards the right direction, that is allowed. So I want to leave my number with you. Call me one day and tell me you were with us at KSG during that conference, 0722 374. Those of us who are looking for asset finance, please call me immediately, because our terms now are so sweet. Imagine we are buying you an asset at a rate of 1.125% per month, and we are asking you only to raise 10%, and we are giving you 5 years to pay that asset. You can imagine. So 0722 374 186. Finley is my name. When you come to Mwalimu Towers, you find me at 7th floor, and we'll engage more. Thank you so much for the time, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Finley. Thank you for taking your time to listen to the presentation of Mwalimu National Circle. What we do, we nurture your dreams to possibilities for a better future at Mwalimu National Circle. Dare to dream. Don't come to Mwalimu National Circle if you don't have a dream. We shall nurture that dream to a possibility. In case you want an asset, we do asset finance, construction loan. That project which are stored, invite Mwalimu National Circle to it, and we shall ensure that you complete it. Our Sharia compliance products, you can visit our office, our website. You can visit, also make a direct call to us, or you do an email to mwalimu@mwalimunational.coop. Thank you very much. Any question or need for clarification? Questions? We shall bring the mic where you are. Thank you. If there are no questions, you can visit us at our desk. We shall also be here tomorrow. Ensure that you will enroll. Let's start this journey together. Thank you so much. So, back to the protocols.
All right. I was searching for Mr. Quest. I think he's around. I'm not sure where he is. We're going to have an address, a few minutes. But I think I can, yes, so he's here. Okay. I'll pass on the mic.
Thank you, Ms. Charity. Is evening or afternoon? What time does evening begin? So it's evening. So ladies and gentlemen, because of time, and I'm sure some of us are going far, I want to take this chance to welcome our Senior Director of Finance and Administration, Dr. Tom Wanyama, to finish for us. And he has a very amazing and interactive session to share with all of us. And then after that, he will guide us on what to do next. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you very much, my brother Quest. Colleagues, good evening. How are you? Hamjambo? Mwambazi? That last one appears to have thrown a few of us off, isn't it? My name is Wanyama Tom Oundo, Kenya School of Government. I always say I'm a proud public servant who has enjoyed being a public servant for the last 28 years, and hope I still continue serving this great nation. I'm happy to be here, and very excited that we have this kind of a forum taking place, targeting us as public servants, and more specifically the young, isn't it? The youthful. And the conversation here is the public service we want. The public service we do what? We want. And it's an intergenerational dialogue forum. The public service we want. I'll try my level best to fit into that conversation, hopefully, going especially by what Quest told me I must stick to. And one of the things he told me is that you've been here since morning, and that I must make sure that darkness does not catch up with us while here. And that's what I'll try to do. And that's why I said I will not go into projecting, I'll just go into speaking to us. I was asked to come and have a conversation briefly on a very interesting, what I consider to be a very interesting topic. And this topic happens to be 2-in-1. I don't know why Quest thought it should be that way, or the programmers. I've been watching some of you on TV. You remember some of you appeared on TV to talk about this? So if you didn't know, we were there watching and listening to see exactly what you are telling the world as young people in various corners of the public service. So I was told that there is a very important thing called institutional memory. And I was also told there is also something called mentorship, isn't it? And so the two are combined. And I was asked to come and have a conversation as to why it's important that we develop and build and keep institutional memory, especially as public service. And that's exactly what I want to stick to. And when I saw this, I was forced to reflect upon my journey in the last 28 years. What is it that I can kind of speak about in the public service? And for us, so that we can be together in this conversation, allow me to simply say that when we talk about institutional memory, we basically mean the collective knowledge we have as a public service, that kind of experience that we have accumulated over the years that could help us in terms of operating more effectively. Public service has been there since the advent or the emergence of this so-called Kenya. And so there's a lot that we have accumulated over the years, which is important for us. And the reason why we have to converse, about institutional memory is because public service, which you belong to and I belong to, is very important in ensuring continuity. Because governments come and go, political governments come and go, but public service stays on. And we have to ensure that we accumulate this knowledge and experience and have it available to us so that if possible, we can overcome the challenges that come with transitions and the leadership changes that take place over time, political or otherwise. We have people exiting our various corners like Kenya School of Government, and when we allow them to exit with that knowledge without us having harnessed it, then it actually takes us back many years from where we've come from. So we are being encouraged as public service to cultivate a habit of collecting and collating what we could call knowledge that is accumulated over time, so that then it serves a number of purposes. It gives us lessons that help us to build on and become much better. It helps us to improve on the decisions that we make and avoid the mistakes that were made in the past. And it strengthens the process of ensuring that policy implementation is continuous in terms of it's progressive in terms of its realization and building onto the gains that we have made. We will be able to safeguard any resources that we have, so that then we reduce on waste and inefficiency. And above all, institutional memory helps us to build the kind of culture that we would want to have, and be able to grow ourselves and become stronger. So as we sit in this particular forum here, or in this particular auditorium, as young public servants, maybe the question that we need to ask ourselves is whether indeed, as we interact in that workplace where we belong, we can see actually a semblance of deliberate efforts to make sure that the knowledge that is accumulated over time becomes an asset for you as a young officer in the organization, and therefore you are able to operate that way. But then the question is, how can young officers build institutional memory? How can you build institutional memory as a young officer in Kenya School of Government or that ministry or state department where you are? Of course, we are told that it takes interest for you to be able to accumulate and build this knowledge. And among the things that we are challenged to do, if you're a young officer, like those of us that are here, is to deliberately learn how to document the experiences you go through as a young officer. Are you the kind of person who walks around with a notebook and therefore you are able to document what you experience? Are you the kind of person who can very easily take notes of the processes that you go through in the process of implementing tasks? So we build what we call institutional memory by documenting everything that we experience in life. We have to learn how to take clear minutes, document decisions that are made, so that we do not allow knowledge to only stay in our heads, and therefore the likelihood that we lose it when somebody exits, or we lose it when it so happens that that person, unfortunately, I had the speaker who was here was talking about going the other side of the world. If it so happens, what do? We have lost that knowledge. People talk about what we call tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge is in the heads of the very many of us that are seated here. That knowledge, we need to know how to harvest it and keep it for our own benefit. So develop personal, what you may call strategies of actually capturing and storing that knowledge. The other thing is that you are in an organization that has a lot of reports available to you that you can read, and you can actually get to know what has been happening in the organization and the direction that that organization has taken in terms of its mandate, realization of its mandate. Do you have the courage to sit with your seniors and just to ask them questions about how that organization has been over the years? I'm told these days that young people would rather converse through, what you call social media with people miles away than those who are next to them, whether it's your boss or your parents. And in the process, we tend to lose the valued information and knowledge that belongs to our organization. So make a habit of learning the history of your organization by interacting with the reports that are available there and policy papers that have been written, and above all, being able to ask your senior officers questions, interrogate them, sit at their feet and learn from them. Then you will be able to understand the journey your organization has taken and how you can contribute in terms of building on that. Then you are also encouraged to practice what we call knowledge sharing. Knowledge sharing is a habit you cultivate, and this one, if you come from a program like this one and you go back to your office, do you find it, upon yourself to sit down and share with the colleagues in the office of what you learned? What is this that you went through? So you are supposed to develop that habit of actually preparing briefs of such like experiences, and probably be able to come up with lessons learned from these kind of places and share with others, so that then together you can actually build that knowledge that we are talking about. The other thing that I would want us to interact with or to share is the habit of building networks across institutions. Now, this is very important, especially for us in the public service, because we are talking about whole of government approach in terms of service delivery. Silos have to be demolished. Silos have to be demolished so that then we are all found seated in one huge room that we call government or public service. It doesn't matter whether I'm in the Ministry of State Department of Energy or water or whatever it is. We all are serving one citizen called a Kenyan. And therefore, what is important is that we need to cultivate a habit and a culture of getting to know what is happening across the board. And in that manner, therefore, then we become interdependent as a team, and that way we are able then to strengthen our service delivery or enhance our service delivery as government. So networks must be built for us then to understand the relationship between our independent individual organizations and the whole of government as it is. Maybe for some of you, it's your first time to walk into Kenya School of Government. How many? Aha, you can see several hands here. So probably you didn't even know what Kenya School of Government is all about, isn't it? But I hope, Quest, you took time to let colleagues know what we are and what we exist for, isn't it? Because it is here again at Kenya School of Government where we also help you to understand and know what government is all about and what the public service is how the public service is supposed to operate. It is right here at Kenya School of Government that then we bring ourselves together like you've come, and we exchange notes and exchange ideas, even as we go through the various programs that are there for us. And this begins with our induction into the public service and progresses like that through the courses that are meant for you to get promoted. There are those of you that are perhaps supposed to come here for supervisory management skills development course. Maybe you are supposed to come here for senior management or management course for skills development course, senior management, strategic leadership later on, and all that and all that. And as you go through these programs, I can assure you, you keep building on that knowledge about public service, and it makes you more effective. So do not isolate your office and stay like an island. You must find a way of working and networking with the rest of the public service. That way, then you will actually find yourself being more effective and understanding what the public service is all about. And the whole process of accumulating this knowledge, what we call institutional memory, is a lifelong process. It's a process that we deliberately must embrace and to ensure that we have a deep understanding of where we are and where we are going. So I want to give you a challenge today that one of the things that you need to do is to develop interest in the what we call tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge is not what you read in the books. It is what is actually in the heads of your supervisors and colleagues that you work with there. So for us to achieve the public service we want, we must not allow ourselves to lose the knowledge that has been accumulated over the years since independence, and that is basically what will help us to become a better public service. Now, I'm told that one of the ways in which then to also build this knowledge is to have a mentor in the public service as a young public servant, and mentorship, of course, is a tool that we use in the public service to ensure we enhance competency of our public servants as they join the public service, and by so doing, we build the kind of culture that we want to have. Now, the challenge is, how do you find a mentor? How do you find a mentor? Here at Kenya School of Government, we deliberately assign mentors to young public officers when they join us, or even not a young public officer necessarily, but anybody who joins Kenya School of Government, even if you come as a director, we will at least have you attached to somebody to mentor you for a period of about 6 months. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? You come in as a director thinking that you have seen it all in the public service, but we still say, our friend, it's important that you sit at the feet of somebody, isn't it? Because by so doing, there's something else that you learn. Now, we do that so that this mentor helps to transfer that knowledge we are describing as institutional memory, to transfer it from themselves to you. So that then, within that period of 6 months or so, you now understand what Kenya School of Government is all about and how we relate with the rest of the public service, and therefore then, you are able to move forward and make your contribution as part of the team. So find mentors intentionally. Find mentors intentionally in the public service. Last week on Thursday, I was traveling for an assignment towards the western region of this country, and it so happens that on the same flight, I met one of my former bosses who is now a PS, and we had a very interesting time together. This is one of the people I consider my best bosses ever in the public service. She is a PS currently, and I actually told her as much. And what interested me is when we landed and met other PSs and other senior government officials, she was actually proud to say, I mentored this guy into the public. You can imagine how I felt. I mentored this guy into the public service. And I said, yes, my mentor here. And we have kept, every time we meet, we have to reflect on the past and how we work together. So intentionally get somebody to mentor you in that office, in that workplace. So look for a senior officer with a strong professional reputation. Sasa ukitafuta mentor, uangalie huyo mtu anatoka wapi na anaelekea. Umwangalie kama wewe ungetaka kutembea kama yeye, ungetaka kuongea kama yeye, ungetaka kufanya mambo kama yeye. Monkey see, monkey do. A story is told, isn't it? Monkey see, monkey do. So as you pick on your mentor in that workplace, does this person look like they can serve as a mirror reflection of yourself? Or you can serve as a mirror reflection of them? Look for people who model the values you want. For example, integrity, diligence, humility, and the likes. So that then, when they interact with you or interact with them, you acquire the right kind of values. Individuals outside your department or organization can also be good mentors so that they help you to avoid narrow-mindedness, just looking at things in a narrow manner. Somebody said, If you do not travel far and wide, you might think that your mom is the only one who knows how to do what? Until you come across something else out there. Then you probably go home and say, Mom, yes, you are good, smart at doing it. But if we were to add this on top of this, it will be better, isn't it? You are supposed to, again, find mentors who have walked the same journey that you have walked, and therefore have lessons that they can share with you to help you overcome some of the challenges that you could come across. And we are told that it's possible to come up with what we call a multiple mentorship program, a multiple mentorship program, or a mentorship program that have several people involved. Because it's not easy to get a package that contains all the kind of people you want or personalities you are looking for. So you can also come up with a program where you have multiple mentors, a technical mentor, for instance, that is your professional line. If you are an accountant, a technical mentor in that line, an engineer, a medic, whatever, you can go that way. Then you can also get a leadership mentor who helps you in developing your leadership skills. You can get a character mentor who is ethically grounded, somebody who helps you to shape and to develop your values. A peer mentor, somebody who shares struggles and with you, and you can be he or she can be an accountability partner. It's something that we can do. So you don't have to limit yourself to one mentor. You can have several mentors, and it will work for you as somebody, as a public servant. So mentorship is a give and take kind of experience in life. Even as a young officer, you can also offer mentorship. By the way, I take interest in young people because they have what I don't have, and they can help me to sort out some of my experiences. I'm proud to have one of my young colleagues in the office here. If you come to the office where I am, you will find me and some of the young fellows here. I have Diana Orokira here. You can probably stand and wave. Now, this young girl takes me through a lot of trainings and coachings, especially ikifika hii mambo ya siku hizi inaitwa digital what? So that I can overcome digital phobia. Unajua sisi wa miaka ile, kama ulianza kufanya kazi na the second president, alafu ukaingia the third, ukaingia the fourth, and then sasa uko the fifth, threatening to go to the sixth. Now, that tells you that you belong to a generation that was there before this thing you call mobile phones showed up, isn't it? When that technology appeared, let me not even talk about mobile phones. When a computer came into the office, you are aware that there are public servants who would not touch it? Are they in this room? I don't think so. We were used to a typewriter which used to announce your presence or absence. A typewriter that some of you know, isn't it? If I say that the way to delete was to type excess across the word that you had the wrong word, if I say that that's how we used to delete, and therefore you can imagine how the document used to look like, isn't it? So if I told you that that kind of technology is the one that we started working with, and now we are having so many of these things called. So if you belong to that generation, you need this kind of people around you to mentor you in some kind of life, isn't it? So that you can adjust and fit into this new environment that we have around here. So even as a young person, you can also mentor others, because there's what you have which we do not have. I hear stories about AI and all that. The other day, I was being taken through that particular space or life by another also equally young officer in my office about AI, and what it can do for us and how it can simplify our life and all that. We need that kind of mentorship to help us now fit into this new environment. So mentorship grows when it's mutual and it's interactive. It grows when it's mutual and it's interactive. You do not need to be extracting from others without giving. So it has to be a give and take kind of experience. And that way, then we'll be able to become the kind of public service we are looking for. We have to mentor each other. So mentors pass down unwritten rules, decision patterns, traditions, and pitfalls. Guidance is given to those who are being mentored, and therefore you are able to avoid mistakes that were made long time before, and you preserve knowledge by becoming the next bearer of institutional wisdom, and therefore we are encouraging that we get mentors in the workplace so that then they can help us to become that public service that we want. It's a privilege and an honor to be a public servant, because serving your country is not something that is for everybody. It calls for patriotism and commitment, and therefore mentors should help us to become patriotic and more committed to our own countries. So mentorship is the human bridge between generations of public servants. It's the human bridge between generations of public servants. All of us over the years have had to sit under the feet of some people who have helped us to become what we are. You do not just grow up in the dark. You have to be deliberate about what you want to become. I do not know what it is that you have chosen to become, and I do not know how you look at your own career and your own workplace or the organization where you work, but the best way to fit in is, one, to have a mentor who will contribute to shaping your future and your career. And that's basically what we want to encourage you to do. I was very glad to see this kind of a program, things that we never got to go through ourselves when we were joining the civil service those years. But here we are, at least we can tell you, you have an opportunity to avoid the mistakes we made, including even what I found being discussed here with you about your financial future and how you can manage it, because we want to have public servants that are not looking like, they are not looking like people who cannot be trusted in any space. Because, if you are financially stable, you have a confidence around you that actually will make other people be attracted to being, associated with you and to do what you are doing in the public service. When I joined the public service, the story was, it is a place for the poor. Do you remember that? A place for the poor who could not afford anything good. Everything about public service was a testimony of deprivation and lack. That is not what we want to see. And that's why I'm told we can hang coats in our offices and go out there and do side hustles. Because of what? Lack. But we are being told it's just probably about financial management, and that is one of the things that we can encourage ourselves to do. So colleagues, as you settle into the public service and make your contribution and help us to come up with a public service that we want, just understand that it may call upon you to take interest in learning from those who have gone before you, the knowledge they possess, the knowledge that can help you to to avoid the mistakes that they made there before. In the interest of time, I was forced to move very fast. I will avoid a lot of the materials that I had here so that then I do not keep you waiting for a very long time. Thank you very much even for listening to me. Kenya School of Government is there for you. We belong to all public servants. You come here, you have your capacity built, you become the kind of public service that we are looking forward to. I know colleagues are here who I want to believe have gone through our programs in the past, and we just want to welcome you once again for our programs that we offer here. With those very few remarks, allow me to bring it to a close here and hope that you have gotten at least one word, just one word that can change your life and make you the public servant we have been waiting for over the years. So thank you very much. I think I return this to our protocol team. I heard they are called protocol team. Is it protocol team or the program director? Or is program director or protocol team? Executive committee.
Asante sana. Let's appreciate him kindly. Asante sana daktari. Tunashukuru sana. Now I want to appreciate you for your patience and attendance. And I would urge all of us, those who don't have the program, you can actually scan that. You'll have the program. And also for if you have any query, feedback, comment, compliment, kindly, there's an email there as a PSYF, that's for Public Service Youth Forum Executive Committee @gmail.com. Kindly, you can reach us out for improvement. Then there is a number there. I want to read it for those who cannot see clearly. It's 0718 13 5292. 0718 13 5292. PSYF Executive Committee @gmail.com. You can reach us out for comments, compliments, or anything. So nawashukuru sana, and this brings us to the end of our day one. Na ningetaka all of us who are here, tunaona kuna wengine wametuacha. So let us clap for ourselves. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Jitayarishe. Cheer up, we are leaving. And I'm hoping to see you tomorrow. Let us appreciate ourselves. 1. Thank you so much. So, kindly stop leaving. We want to pray. Mtu volunteer, let's have a volunteer to close this with a word of prayer. Kindly. A volunteer. Mtu moja atuombe. Come on, Festus. Thank you. Tomorrow, we are meeting here at 8:30. 8:30. Let us keep time, and we apologize for anything that might not have gone as expected today. So kindly keep time tomorrow. And for those who missed tea, we have arrangements. We'll make sure that nobody misses out on tea or snacks tomorrow. Thank you. Na nasikia kuna chai hapo nje. Mnaweza pitia mkunywe. Thank you. Asante.
Thank you so much. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's stand. We pray. And thank you so much for your patience. Naona wengine wanafanya hivi. Great. So let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are grateful for being with us throughout the day. We began with you, and surely we have seen the end of this day one. Lord, I commit the colleagues as we travel home. May you preserve them. Lord, we commit each and every one of us, my Father, that we are hidden in you. May your presence go with us. As we continue with the remaining 2 days, we ask our Father, may you continue to lead us, and may your presence be with us, Lord. We thank you, and we bless your name this evening. We thank you for the cup that we are going to receive this evening, together with these nuts. We declare them they are blessed. We receive them with thanksgiving in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you.
Tukutane kesho. Come and make a quick announcement.
So I'm hoping to see you guys tomorrow. We have a surprise guest. We will not tell you who will be coming, but we're hoping to see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Hata nyinyi tumewatrain over I think 39 staff. Class of 2020. From Mombasa,
East Africa's finest. It's none other than DJ Bunduki, the champion.
It's the kids, baby.
Maskosho ingenkinga sekubalisela awju maskuphulimiswa kwezombi sukumisa umzimba maskosho ingenkinga sekubalisela maskuphulimiswa sukumisa umzimba Koma sava, koma savana, aye sava, aye savana.
Koma sava, koma sava, koma sava, koma sava, aye sava, aye sava, aye sava, aye sava, aye sava,
Koma sava.
Alaikum. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Namaste. ¿Cómo ça va? ¿Cómo ça va? ¿Cómo ça va? ¿Cómo ça va? Aya ça va. Aya ça va. Aya ça va. Aya ça va. Aya ça va.
Koma sava, unyaka savana, chiga bonu ya jetela, wente shot nyamtata, asa, ay manu yasa kuna nangat ngamshange patapat, ati koma savana na mina ngistandeli stentoma, maskosho ingenkinga, sekubalisela, maskupulimiswa, sukumisa umzimba.
Bunduki.